Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 146 to 150. Chapter 146, The Pursuers. While silence might well have permeated throughout the room, the quiet was anything but comfortable. The tension was thick, almost like syrup as the two individuals remained focused on their own tasks. Jean did not even attempt to start up a conversation with Sullivan in the time they had been left alone to their own devices. The same could be said for Sullivan, the caster having little desire to invoke a discussion with the saint on the other end of the spectrum. The feelings the two held towards one another were apparent, and if ignoring the other was something they could do, then it would have been acceptable. Sullivan wasn't sure how Jean felt. He didn't truly care either, but he could barely tolerate being in the same room as her. Making an effort to keep his focus solely on the wall while he waited for his spell to finish, it was nothing complicated through any stretch of the imagination, but it was something that would take time to show results. Especially since he was making use of mere scraps to formulate it. There was something eerily familiar about this situation, being forced to remain in a cold place with people he didn't care for along with the hopelessly despondent. It very much reminded him of home, or as close to a home as one could get from Oriental. This entire situation was akin to a nostalgic trip for him. It just so happened to be a trip into hell. A faint rustle of fabric reached his ears. The caster turned in his seat slightly and adjusted his arm to allow him to turn his head, resting his cheek on his fist and his elbow on the armrest of the chair, in order to catch a glimpse of the direction the noise was coming from. He caught a faint glimpse of Jean, once more, adjusting the blankets and cushions near the frozen man. For the umpteenth time in the last, however long it had been, he'd heard the same noise at least several times by this point. It was slowly forming a pattern where the woman would make slight adjustments to the blankets before she retreated back to her position of staring out of the slightly ajar curtain into the wasteland outside. Finishing up her final movements, the woman gave herself a single nod of the head before she rose up once more. Her head darted to the side. She and Sullivan locked eyes. The two stared at the other in silence for several moments which almost stretched out into an eternity. Jean broke contact first, her expression almost dismissive as she walked back to her original post and resumed her watch. Sullivan stared at her back, then glanced towards the man once more. He hadn't shifted once since they had found him, and the only movements from his body came from the ones they had done to him. There was little reason for Jean to continually mess around with the scraps of bedding other than to entertain herself. A gentle sigh reached his ears. The storm has not lessened. Jean commented, most likely to herself, considering that it was little more than a mutter under her breath. Sullivan could have let the comment slide without incident, however he was pressed for stimulus, and until his spell was completed, there was only so much he could gain from staring at the same patch of peeling wall plaster. At this point, between a conversation with the saint and watching the passage of time upon this hut, he could not truly decide which of the two was worse. It won't, he stated after a moment, turning himself back around and multitasking, his back to Jean as he stared at the wall. Metal jingled as Jean most likely turned in his direction. The storm will never quite abate, though there will most likely be moments where it is thinner than right now. Is that so? Jean questioned without any real emotion in her tone. How long do these moments of respite last? Sullivan let out an ugly snort. Hardly a moment of respite. Merely a time where it hurts less to be outside. Though if you consider that a respite, then I am sure an answer to my question would be more appreciated. Jean cut him off. A slight tinge of exasperation in her voice made it clear she wasn't in the mood to entertain another of his lessons. That was fine, he'd long since grown used to the idea that there was no cure for idiocy. Sometimes hours, sometimes minutes. Sullivan responded after a moment. His shoulders rose and fell with an uncaring shrug. Sometimes the respite might even last days. That was the times where wandering the outside was more doable. I doubt we shall be as fortunate as that. Navigating the cold will be difficult. I suppose France was not cursed with this climate. Sullivan commented without really meaning to. It was little more than an observation, but he doubted that the woman had ever experienced this level of chill. I do not believe there are many places in the world that have experienced this climate. She answered. A rustle of cloth indicated she had turned back around. How fortunate for them. Another silence fell upon the duo, then Jean interrupted it once more. How long have we been here? Sullivan pondered the question for a moment. An hour, I would suppose. Perhaps more. Perhaps less, though not by a wide margin. Though an hour without contact from the master is more indicative of our situation than the weather. Jean made a curious noise. You can tell the length of time we have been here. I have experience with these storms. Sullivan dismissed. Growing up in the cold of Oriental grants once the ability to measure the passage of time with no small degree of accuracy, even in the thick blizzards of the world. His fingers uncurled themselves from the fist on his cheek, the digits resting atop his face. Depending upon the time we arrived, it will be difficult to say when nightfall arises. I would suppose, within the next 5 or so hours. You can tell that much. There was a touch of surprise in her voice, something that would have brought a smile to Sullivan's face if they were discussing any other topic. Not Oriental. Never Oriental. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the sky as we made our way here. It was already past noon when we arrived. Combined with our time here, the night will come, and that is when we will be forced into refuge. If we are to move, it will have to be during the waning hours of the day. It will most likely have to be soon, was the response he received from the saint, a certain intensity to her voice that made it clear it was less of a request and more of a demand. It was laughable that she thought to order him, but on this one issue she was not incorrect. Being caught in this house for hours without moving or without the chance to gain better materials would hamper his efforts. Most likely, yes. He begrudgingly agreed. Do you intend to sling the man over your shoulder and carry him out? Jean was silent for a moment, then she exhaled and replied to him with something that actually caught him off guard. I do not. Sullivan lowered his right hand down. The head of the pontiff turned to look over his shoulder at the woman. He met the emotionless mask of the saint with his wooden features creaking, his bark-like skin creased as his brows rose up his forehead with a quiet groan. Really? After all that obstinate behavior of yours, you intend to just leave him here? The woman thinned her lips in displeasure. Though it is not a choice I am comfortable with, there is little either of us can truly do to aid him at this moment beyond ensuring his is comfortable when he awakens. When, Jean stressed once more, her lips tightening into a frown and her eyes narrowing, if what you spoke of earlier is true and there are beings in the cold, then if we are attacked there is little I shall be able to do to defend this man. As such, taking him with us would put him in far greater danger than leaving him here. At the very least, there is no cause to do him harm, is there? The caster stared at her in silence for a moment, then made a small noise of agreement. No, there is no cause to harm him. He is one with the storm at this point. If this land is akin to the painted world, then they would never do something as foolish as harming one who has accepted the rot. He sighed. If he were to awaken, the story would be quite different. Jean's face grew heavy with understanding of his words. You infer they would kill him? Possibly. Sullivan shrugged, turning back around. It would depend upon who he was. If he posed a threat to the world, they would most certainly do just that in order to keep the peace. Or they might try to convert him into one who would defend this world unto his dying breath. Defending this land. Jean could not quite contain her incredulity. For what reason would someone do that? That, girl, is the crux of the matter. Sullivan responded with a rather emotionless tone of voice. His head jolted ever so slightly. A faint humming sound came from the direction of the table behind him. Both he and Jean turned themselves to face it, the caster watching as the writing pulsed repeatedly with a faint blue lighting. HMPH. Fortunate timing. Sullivan muttered, rousing from his seat and turning his body towards the desk. Stepping around the seat, he walked towards the table and leaned over it. The symbols carved into the wood raised themselves into the air, twisting and turning as they rearranged themselves into what looked like a paragraph of runic lines. If Jean had anything to say about it, she didn't voice it, content to remain silent as Sullivan read through the lines before glancing down at the blood smear on the desk once more. After a moment longer, he turned his head and looked past the saint towards the man still slumped against the wall with his eyes closed, a pillow under his head and a blanket draped over his body. That is unusual. His voice was tinged with an emotion Jean clearly wasn't used to, given how she turned from the direction he had been staring and looked at his face with no small amount of intrigue. He didn't care for her curiosity at this time. What mattered was what the results of the spell had revealed to him. What? Jean asked after a moment, pressuring him slightly. Has your spell revealed something of importance? Sullivan didn't reply to her question for a moment, turning his head back to face the lines and giving them another quick read to ensure he had not been mistaken. A second and third read confirmed that what was in front of him was indeed the truth. It would seem that this is not quite the despair I am familiar with after all. Excuse me. Blood contains memories, the essence of the soul. Sullivan explained, tapping his fingers on the desk in a steady tempo. This blood is entranced. As though the memories themselves have been altered, or perhaps the mind is under some affect. It is seeped in magic, faint but noticeable all the same. He paused for a moment, especially because I doubt that this peasant is adept in the mystic arts of sorcery, and the magic itself does not truly originate from his blood, rather it has become attached to it. Like paint over a canvas. Jean narrowed her eyes ever so slightly, turning to the man once more. Then is it some manner of spell that has turned him to this state? So it seems. Sullivan muttered, though it is odd, ordinarily a human would still reject this manner of spell, or they would be actively resisting it. He would still be affected but he would likely remain conscious, I would assume. He made a small noise of intrigue, though this is supposition on my part. I am not familiar with this branch of sorcery, though it is intriguing in some parts, not at all like the craft I bestowed upon the Outrider Knights yet. At the same time, they are both spells to target the mind. Then this storm is turning people to this. Jean confirmed with a grim nod of the head, glancing down at the man and frowning. Is there a method of freeing him? Not as such. Sullivan dismissed quickly. Even if we did wake him from his slumber, there is no reason to suppose that he would not turn to the cold once more. Especially as this room is thick with this paint of apathy. Stepping back from the table, Sullivan shifted himself, sweeping his left hand through the writing and dismissing it before moving to cross his arms over his chest. At the very least, we have confirmed it is indeed a spell that has brought this about. Though how deeply it runs is not something I can discern from such pitiful conditions. It is more than we knew when we first arrived, though the question of why someone would do this and how to remove it still remains. Destroying the spell would likely mean to end the caster or the object responsible for its creation. The pontiff responded with a dismissive grunt, though the motivation of the fool behind this means nothing to me. All we need concern ourselves with is how easy it shall be to slay them. Given that this spell likely covers all of London, I would assume they are using the Holy Grail to fuel this perversion. Jean paused, raising an eyebrow at the wording of the caster and giving him a slightly curious look. Sullivan ignored it, or he didn't register it in the first place. We shall have to leave this place, he announced, turning to the direction of the door. We are in an urban environment, therefore shelter will likely be plentiful. With your magic resistance and my physiology, neither of us will be hampered by the cold to any great effect. It would also serve to test the other denizens to see if they are inhabited by this same position of the mind. Jean was still staring at him as he marched towards the door, not even glancing at her to see if she had anything to say of his words. You shall not kill them. She felt the need to state. To his credit, Sullivan actually paused at her words. The pontiff looked over his shoulder. Jean suspected that if he had a face he would have been staring at her as though she was an idiot. Though she felt it said more about him that she actually had to inform him not to kill the people they were here to save. Kill them. I have no reason to do something as stupid as that. Sullivan spat as though the notion was bewildering to him. Jean blinked at his words. They are poisoned in a manner I can cure. They are still healthy of soul and there is no cause to slay them. Turning back around, he flung the door open and weathered the gust of wind that rushed into his face without so much as flinching. The brows of the saint furrowed as she followed after him, casting one final look to the man and then turning to face the pontiff as he stepped into the cold. His motivations were wildly differing. One moment he was all for the killing of the man he proclaimed as worthless and in the next moment he was all but calling her insane for even debating the notion of killing them at all. It didn't take a genius to figure that there was something about this place affecting the caster's rationality. It was just a matter of figuring out what, her own problems with the man aside. There was something there that she had glimpsed for a split second. He had called the man healthy of soul. For someone who would otherwise be known as an arrogant tyrant, the fact he could still proclaim someone as healthy and in need of curing was something that struck Jean as quite strange. There was an intensity to his words, a sense of purpose that had been otherwise missing from their previous conversations. And she was going to determine what it was, whether the pontiff liked it or not. The diamond-shaped helm of the Outrider rested on the floor, Ash staring at the frozen loaf of bread in his hand for a few moments, then turned his attention back onto Nobunaga as she looked through the other supplies they had raided from the kitchen. Combined with the brown satchel bag full of potatoes, it was certainly something they could make use of. That being said, Ash didn't know whether or not this was an acceptable amount to have for Ritsuka. He internally frowned at his own lack of knowledge coming into play. If this had been any other situation, he could have differed to those who clearly understood the workings of the kitchen, such as Archer, Boudica or Siegfried. With their situation as it was, they were left to their own devices. Nobunaga had, unfortunately, been in the same situation as him. I just liked making tea. She had explained to him rather simply enough while shrugging her shoulders. I know this stuff is edible though, will probably need to be warmed up though. Ash didn't know the first thing about cooking. How long are you gonna stare at the bread? He was broken out of his musings by Nobunaga, the woman looking towards him with an impatient expression as she gestured to the box on his hip. Just put it with the potatoes and then let's work on thinking up a transport plan. Yes, you are right. Ash responded, though still following through with the instructions of the archer as he flipped open his box and placed the hardened bread roll into the container before snapping the lid closed. He fell into another silence after answering her. The woman turned her head in his direction, raising an eyebrow ever so slightly as she stared at him. What are you thinking about? Ash blinked at the question, returning his attention to Nobunaga and seeing her staring at him from the corner of her eye. Her face was a perfect mask, her arms crossed over her chest and eyes only showing mild curiosity. Nothing important. If it was nothing important, you would not have stared at a roll of bread for nearly a full minute in silence. Nobunaga's voice lacked any sort of amusement, her words cutting through the meager defense of the saber and earning a slight frown from him. Still giving him a side-eyed look, she continued onwards. I am asking for your thoughts, however irrelevant you might find them, to be laid bare. It is better that whatever stray curiosity you have is dealt with before we depart. Ash thinned his lips for a moment, he could not deny her words. In truth, he was certain that even if he dismissed this thought at this present moment, it would simply return at a later date. Besides, Nobunaga had experience in leading individuals, so it might well be possible that she had some experience in this line of inquiry. I was thinking of the food we recovered. Ash replied, turning his body fully to face the sitting archer. The woman's face remained unmoved at his words. Her expression still cold, though her eyes seemingly gesturing for him to continue on with his point. As I have never partaken in eating before, at least, not in any manner that was noteworthy, nor have I ever prepared food, I have no way of knowing what to look for in the supplies we have taken. The mask remained unbroken with the rather odd sentence, though Nobunaga did give out a mildly amused hum as she nodded her head once. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you'd be pretty terrible if it came to foraging or something. A blink from the unkindled was her initial response, several more followed as his face shifted into the picture of innocent confusion as he parroted the word back to her. Foraging. He frowned. I am familiar with scavenging ruins and the deceased for weapons and supplies. A hand was raised to cut him off, not that manner of foraging. The type that a woodland scavenger would perform. Picking through the wilderness for nuts, berries and other edible plants. She explained with a somewhat bored tone, not really paying attention to him and focusing on the fireplace once more, sitting in the one wooden chair they had saved, with her arms slowly returning to their original position, mushrooms as well. You can eat a few wild plants, the problem is that sometimes you can end up eating the wrong planet that will kill you. The saber raised his brows, that is a concern. I consumed berries with little thought for their effects upon me. At least, the berries I ate worked to counteract poison, rather than inflict it. Huh, that sounds pretty handy. Nobunaga grunted in mild intrigue, leaning back in her seat and glancing towards the saber from the corner of her eye. Though I would prefer you make your point quickly. I assume it was not simply to tell me you have little experience in botany. Ash made a small dissatisfied noise. It is merely that, I understand that the food such as potatoes must be cooked before they are consumed, much like some meats. Only that, I do not know how to cook them in the first place. He explained once more. The Singularity in London demonstrated this once before when we were cut off from communication with Chaldea. Had we been in the woodlands for longer, I do not know how Ritsuka would have kept up his strength. Ooh. A noise of understanding passed through the throat of the shorter woman as she nodded her head up and down. Just learn how to cook then, if it worries you that much. She stated with a shrug of her shoulders, not like there aren't plenty of people in Chaldea who can't teach you. There's that guy who is undead like you and runs the kitchens, right? She looked at him. There's also the Red Archer and the Friendly Rider. Sure, she'd teach you as well. There was a brief pause before her face turned into a slight scowl. Don't ask the cat. I really don't get why you would have someone with furry hands touching your food. That just sounds disgusting in all sorts of ways. The blonde saber raised an eyebrow at her. Is it that simple? He asked after a moment. My only duty is to protect Ritsuka. There are others who can fulfill that requirement of sustaining him. What if they aren't around though? Nobunaga pointed out with a shrug. What would you do if he was here, right now, and Mash wasn't? Would you feed him raw potatoes and crusty frozen bread? She turned to him, giving him an incredulous expression. See. You have identified a weakness, just learn how to correct it. I suppose. Ash admitted after a small moment of hesitation. While the skill of cooking might not ever be something he would personally use for his own benefit, it would be something that might come into play with Ritsuka. It might well be easier to consider it akin to carrying around multiple weapons with the belief that the right weapon could play a pivotal role in the correct moment. That line of thinking made sense to him, giving a single nod of the head with much more confidence than last time. Yes, I will make inquiries to Sigward upon our return after this singularity has been concluded. Even if the skill might not come into play, it would be useful to have and not need, rather than to need and be incapable. Yeah, sure. The archer gave a wave of her hand that indicated she wasn't that invested in his new declaration, but she at least did the courtesy of responding to his words. With a small huff, she rose up from her seat and cracked her neck. Now that we have entertained this line of thinking, we shall return to the more pressing issue of transport. Turning to the saber, her face was awash with focus. Though wandering back into the blizzard is hardly something I would advise, we are left with few alternatives. Though this is an urban environment and the spacing between houses in London is virtually non-existent unless you intend to cross the street. Ash silently nodded his head up and down. Though walking through the walls is not an option. It's not. Ash's innocent tone of voice brought an incredulous look upon the face of the archer. The woman frowned at his words, then pointed to the wall directly to their left. Of course not. She snapped at him, though not unkindly. Not unless you wished to bring the entire building down on our heads. The structure of this house is in poor enough condition as it is. The very last thing that is required is you punching holes in the side of the supports. Besides, it would be loud enough to attract attention, and if, on the off chance, we stumble upon someone conscious, our welcome would be less than warm. I see. Ash nodded his head at her explanation. Then walking the snow is our only course of action if we are to leave this place. Nobunaga nodded her head up and down. I would assume as to be in the slums of some sort. Though without a map or a guide, we shall be walking around blind. She didn't direct that part of the statement to Ash, more so herself as her eyes glanced away from him. Her hands falling to her hips. We will need to remain observant for street signs. I cannot read. Ash stated after a moment of silence. Nobunaga paused and then looked at him oddly. Why not? It wasn't necessary for me to read in order to kill things. Ash explained with a shrug of his shoulders, and anything I did learn either came through word of mouth or through empathizing with the memories carried by the items that were in my possession. That second one sounds odd but also useless for our current situation. Nobunaga pointed out with a small frown. Fortunately, the summoning has instilled me with the knowledge to read all manner of languages, therefore we have little to be concerned about. She glanced at his bottomless box. Do you have any rope in there? I have several whips. Nobunaga looked as though she wanted to question him for a brief moment, then dismissed it with a shake of her head. Strange, but fortunate. Would they be long enough to tie around our waists? I believe so. Ash nodded his head up and down. For what purpose? So that we do not get separated in the cold, fool. The archer pointed to the curtains. We can barely see our feet, let alone anything in front of us. You would do well to set your sword on fire and wave it around so we can at least banish some of the cold. With you bringing up the front as a vanguard, I can take up the rear and provide support. So that we don't get lost, we have that whip tied around our waists. I see. Ash nodded his head up and down. Moving his hand to his bottomless box once more and extracting galvatine, the tip of the sword thudded against the floorboards by his feet, burying itself in the wood with very little effort as he rested his hand on the pommel of the weapon. I should be able to perform such a feat, yes. With a faint grunt, he shoved the weapon further down so that it would stand under its own weight. Reaching into the bottomless box once more, the saber then extracted what appeared to be a bound-together lock of hair cut from someone's braided ponytail. That isn't a whip. Of course it is. Ash stated matter-of-factly, I can lash out with it and the hair extends, soon setting itself ablaze and burning whatever I have struck with it. He looked at the woman, therefore, it is a whip. It also extends quite far. Besides, its natural warmth will aid in combating the cold outside. He paused, frowning as he looked the woman up and down, though I would say you require a greater degree of cloth than what you currently wear. Nobunaga glanced down at her uniform, then grimaced as she nodded her head up and down in begrudging acceptance. Yeah, most likely. His left hand went back, soon coming out with a tattered black cloak, the inner lining sewn from what looked like fur from a wolf or fear, the outer lining darkened gray with the upside-down shape of a tree embezzled on the back in faded white stitching. Ash held it out to the shorter figure, shifting his hand up and down as if to show off the piece of cloth. Nobunaga stared at it for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders. Not my style, but it can't be helped. She took the cloak from the saber, swinging it around and draping it over the top of her body. Because it had been made for someone much larger than her and for armor with considerable girth rather than a loose uniform, the cloak was more like a robe, stretching past the knees of the archer into the midst of her gold-armored shins. Despite that, Nobunaga put on a thoughtful expression as she glanced down at her new cloak, shifting ever so slightly and pulling it tighter so that it was almost embracing her entire body, though there was still a considerable gap in the front where her arms and body were facing. Not bad at all, she said after a moment of thought, looking up at the saber, rather comfy, actually. The Millwood Knights adorned their armor with these cloaks. Ash explained, throwing his left hand over his shoulder to gesture to the curtain behind them. They retreated to the painted world, as such the cloth is designed for environments such as these. It will serve you better than it would I, for the time being. Such a useful retainer, Nobunaga praised, a smile on her face that was far too amused. Then her eyes drifted downwards to the whip made of hair in his right arm, the smile faded slightly into a look of disapproval. Have you nothing else? This is the most suited option, the other whips I have are mundane in nature, or barbed to inflict laceration wounds on my foes. There was a pause before he spoke again. I assume you do not want that one. No. The answer was quick and curt, soon followed by a resigned sigh as the archer waved her hand. Fine. It can't be helped, she muttered under her breath as she approached the saber, extending her right hand towards the braided ponytail. Let us just get this over with and then depart. The helm stared down from above, the wind rushed past their body with a howl. The cold did not so much as shift their aim, without making so much as a sound the armored figure ripped the greatsword from the corpse. The bird-like creature sputtered for a moment before going limp, the body already fading away into dust before being carried off in the gale. Armor groaned as the body turned, the bulked steel frame of the knight barely stood out amidst the ruins. The large shadow of their mount, however, did. The rough growl of the large animal behind the knight attracted their attention for a brief moment. The animal shivered slightly, displacing the snow and ice that was accumulating on their body and freeing themselves once more. Stone cracked as the knight drove their sword down into the roof tiles without concern for anyone who resided in the building. Their body turned with eerie silence, a simple feat given that their armored boots touched not the ground, but instead hovered in the air. A bulky hand reached for the head of the animal, running thick fingers over the sharpened beak and clearing away traces of snow that the beast could not get to. A pleased warble came from the animal as the knight retracted their arm, turning themselves once more and reaching out to take hold of their greatsword. Their fingers paused just shy of touching the hilt. Their head shifted as they turned their head downwards, staring from the rooftops down to street level. Whatever expression they were making was lost behind the full-covering helmet of the knight. All that could be seen was the darkened visor where the eyes would have peered out. The knight stared at something towards the ground, a flash of bright orange soon steadied itself as if like a torch. It was no torch, it clung to a certain shape, akin to a sword, and moved through the snow at a steady pace. The silent knight remained fixed upon the enrapturing sight of the burning sword moving through the snow. Their head turned to follow them, a faint crimson light built up behind the visor, slowly but surely intensifying in brightness the longer they gazed down at the figure. The actions of the knight attracted the attention of the creature behind them. A growl of puzzlement was followed by heavy cracking steps. Sharp talons punctured through clay and sent tiles clattering to the ground below as they slid from the roof, the sound being lost in the cacophony of the storm. The shadow of the bird rose up, the eagle warbled and shook its body, ruffling its dirt-brown feathers as its gaze shifted between the knight and the burning sword at the street. The knight answered without words, the hand snapped out and the armored fingers wrapped around the hilt of the great sword with such force that they ripped it from its position immediately, twisting the weapon in their grip and sweeping it to the side, slicing a line through the angled roof tiles and cutting them apart with the move. The sword pointed down at an angle. Releasing an understanding grunt, the giant eagle, around the size of an elephant when stood up straight, spread its wings wide and narrowed its eyes on the light. With a single powerful beat, they launched themselves into the sky. The knight remained unmoving as the wind from the takeoff blasted against his back, his visor not once leaving the sight of the sword, nor of its owner, the shape of the wielder becoming clearer and clearer the longer he stared. The eagle twisted their body. Rather than diving towards the sword, it turned itself around as it flanked around the side of the knight, rapidly beating its wings as they fought against the storm. Their sharpened feet rose up, extending themselves towards the direction of the knight as they came upon his back. The armored man made not a single attempt to move, even knowing the approaching animal. There was no reason to fear them, after all. The talons of the eagle snapped down the second they were upon the hovering man, claws curled around and tightly clamped around his shoulders, grinding against steel as they secured their grip with enough care not to try and puncture the metal casing. The eagle, without missing a beat, pulled the knight into the air and carried him into the winds, the pair of them following after the burning sword. Gawain was fucking mental, Mordred bluntly commented as she finished wrapping around the torn-up remains of a well-ironed shirt around the handle of the third dagger. Mash sent a sympathetic look towards Jekyll as the man watched his clothes get torn to ribbons for the sake of a makeshift grip. The man noticed her look and offered her a wave of the hand as if to tell her he didn't mind it too much. Mash might have not been a big expert on reading people, but she could tell he was still affected by it in some capacity. Meanwhile, in lieu of precious little else to be done, Mordred had seen fit to start enlightening people on the tales of the Round Table. You ever seen someone throw a sun? Mordred looked up, her eyes dancing around the room and looking at the faces of everyone present. They all shook their heads at her. It was clearly something she was expecting as she gave a grunt and nodded up and down. Yeah, that crazy bastard did that every time he used that sword. The knight made a throwing motion upwards, would literally toss the damn thing into the air and then, boom, suddenly there is a second sun in the sky. She looked back down, shrugging, though that's what Galadine was all about. One time he caught it and it just burnt his hand black. Absolutely stank when we were out of the battle. Vort made a small noise of puzzlement. I'm sorry, he threw the sword and then it turned into the sun. Yeah, Mordred pointed at him then made a face. That's what Merlin said about it anyway. I never much talked to that flowery asshole though, guy was a real menace. She shuddered ever so slightly, face awash in disgust before she looked at Mash. Anyway, that was Gawain. Freakin' gorilla, I tell you. What sort of idiot catches a sword that has just been set on fire and is now the temperature of the sun? Mash blinked once. I don't know. She paused for a moment, then considered something. Wait, that sounds like something that Ash Sand would do. She realized with a snap of her fingers, turning the heads of the room as one onto her. Must be the same brand of idiot or something. Mordred grumbled as she returned her focus to the dagger sitting on her lap, giving the fabric one last tug before nodding her head up and down, holding the weapon up to get a look at it. Well, it'll work like a short sword, I guess. Can you even fight with something that small? Vort asked with a tilt of the head. Mordred sent him a look. Not everyone runs around with a mace, dumbass. Besides, I didn't always fight with Clarent in the first place. She grunted as she lowered the dagger to the side of her chair, dropping it atop the others with a gentle clatter of steel. I used a longsword. That was actually something Mash got a little curious about. All the other swords of the Round Table were more often than not mentioned by name. Galatine, Arondite, Cortana, Excalibur. To her knowledge, Mordred was always noted to have wielded Clarent after it was stolen from the vaults. However, there was precious little detail on what sword Mordred had wielded before that time. Sir Mordred, Mash called out, leaning forwards and bringing the attention of the saber onto her. The blonde woman, who barely looked older than Mash, raised a singular eyebrow while her face remained blank. What was the name of the sword you wielded before Clarent? What? Mordred made a face at her. It was just some sword. More often than not the damn things broke in my hands. She groaned. Then you get a damn lecture from one of the other knights about taking better care of my equipment. Vort gave her a bemused face. Is that not a given though? Breaking your sword in combat seems as though it would be rather unfortunate. I was wielding a normal sword. Mordred groaned. All those other guys didn't have to worry about it because they all got these magic weapons that were either unbreakable or so durable that they might as well have been. Heck, even Bedivir's spear was pretty sturdy. She pointed to the floor. So yeah, I might have smashed up a couple of swords, but that's just because I got run-of-the-mill stuff. Jekyll cleared his throat slightly, then glanced down to the daggers by the side of Mordred's chair, as he adjusted his seating. Just out of curiosity, how many swords did you end up breaking? I didn't keep count of that. Why the heck would I? They broke, so I just tossed them away and grabbed one off the guys I was killing. She grunted dismissively, then cracked a smirk as she shrugged her shoulders, not like they were gonna need it anymore. She paused after a moment, the smirk tapering off. Doesn't mean I'm fine with getting robbed. There was a certain degree of irony that Mash felt as though she shouldn't comment upon. Though one thing did spring to mind. How did you lose it, Sir Mordred? Mash asked, earning the saber's ire in the form of an annoyed glare aimed her way. Despite the heat, it was less directed at the shielder and more directed at the saber themselves. Just in case they try a similar thing with one of us. Mordred stared at her for a moment before letting out an irritable breath, her arms folded over her chest with high degree of tension, almost as though she was trying to crush them as Mash heard metal groan underneath the fingers of the knight. Mordred's face shifted into an ugly scowl as her eyes seemingly looked past the shielder and at nothing in particular. Some shitty mage, Mordred grumbled, couldn't get past my magic resistance with these stupid summons of his. Looked like scarecrows or whatever. Then there's this weird flash and next thing I know, Clarent gets yanked from my damn hands and vanishes into the storm. An annoyed sigh passed through the lips of the servant as she closed her eyes. Figures. He looked like a slimy bastard and there was no way someone would be stupid enough to fight me fair and square. The eyes snapped open as she pointed around the room. They could obviously tell I was the best one here and sought to handicap me. Vort raised an eyebrow at her silently. Am I not the one who can walk unimpeded through the snow? Would it not have been better to cripple my combat abilities? Cripple you? Mordred scoffed at him. You can just swing those elephant arms of yours and knock someone down. You're like a damn rhino. She cackled at her own joke as if it was the funniest thing she had heard all day. Having seen one of Vort's animalistic charges for herself, Mash was far less inclined to laugh at it. Though before she got a word in, the tone of the room shifted from being more approachable to suddenly being cold. Mash tensed herself, her eyes going wide and snapping towards the direction of the door where she felt a pair of eyes burning against the side of her head. Sure enough, she saw Medea floating in the doorway. It was barely even noticeable by the slight angling of her feet, meaning she had either entered the room on her tiptoes or she was just hovering as low as she possibly could. Mash sharply rose up from her seat, her expression shifting through surprise, worry and then finally hope as she looked to the caster. Medea had been in there for well over an hour at this point and working to herself on something that had required her complete focus. Mash knew more than enough to understand that, as a caster and a mage, Medea was a first-class one. "Me caster-san," Mash voiced out with no small degree of desperation in her voice, "have you found anything?" Medea looked to the shielder for a moment, then her eyes danced across the room before they fell upon Vort. Though her face was mostly hidden behind her hood, there was still a palpable sense of curiosity aimed in the general direction of the knight. Not curiosity in the sense of general intrigue but more in casual dismissal. Did I miss this before? If it was to be put into words. This is Vort-san. Mash introduced, pointing to the servant by way of an explanation. He is the writer that Dr. Jekyll mentioned earlier. I see. Medea voiced back after a moment, devoid of any real emotion. The Hood returned to Mash. As far as locating our allies, progress has been much slower than I had anticipated, though I have deduced why making contact with Chaldea is, at present, impossible. The news about being unable to locate Ritska brought a grim frown to the face of the girl. Whatever hope she had was quickly dashed away. However, it did return somewhat when the caster mentioned Chaldea. That had been one of the first things she had attempted once they were brought inside, hoping that they could locate Ritska from the command center. For whatever reason, she could not establish communication with them. This entire city is covered in a specialized bounded field. Medea explained to the group as one, though she was personally doubtful that anyone would understand what she was saying in the first place. Coupled with the spell outside, it is the application of a subtle hypnosis upon the minds of the humans who live here. Jekyll's brows furrowed as he leaned forwards. You suggest that something in the storm is affecting the minds of the people of London. I suggest nothing. Medea rebuked with full confidence. I am saying that is exactly what is occurring. As far as a spell goes, it is subtle but bafflingly simple. Something that even the lowest degree of magic resistance would counteract with complete ease. Even bereft of it, considering it is an attack upon the mental psyche itself, it can be combated with enough force of will from the victim. Mordred just stared at her for a moment. So it's pathetic, is what you're saying. Crude as you might put it, there can be no more apt a description. Medea confirmed without moving, though it calls into question the power that the caster has available to them that this can cover the entire city of London. As for how we cannot contact Chaldea, the answer is simple. Mash leaned forwards, though she couldn't quite be prepared for the words that soon followed. We are in a reality marble. Trudging through the snow brought memories of his childhood. Memories he quickly squashed into nothing like the ghosts that they were. It would not serve him well to be reminded of that sickening place for the time being. However, he could not help it. No, rather the world itself seemed to all but shove the evidence of their location in his face. The spell was different, the land was different as it had been put atop this city of London, but everything else was identical. The storm, the cold, the winds, all of it. A chill that could not be replicated, a biting wind that could never be copied, and that deep sense of emptiness in his soul that could not occur anywhere else. This place was Oriental, yet it could not be Oriental. A mystery he would never wish answered yet was vital to their success here. Holding his burning greatsword aloft, Sullivan led the advance through the knee-deep snow without ever once taking pause. He was used to moving in such conditions, therefore he would not be hampered by what would otherwise have stopped others from moving. Despite that, he could make out the grunts and groans of effort from the saint behind him, as she was clearly having a much more challenging time. Withholding a sigh of annoyance, Sullivan paused in his walking and aimed a glance over his shoulder to see just how poor her attempts were. There was perhaps a 2-meter difference between them, that was all. In this climate, however, it might as well have been miles. All he could see of her was a vague outline, and that was likely because of the storm curving around her body as if revolted by her very presence. Of course it would do that. This woman, vile as he might have found her, still had something she believed in. This cursed land would never dare think to try and claim her for itself. If anything, it would want her gone as soon as possible. Lest she spread the illness of hope to these rotting streets. Sullivan waited, flaming sword still held in his right hand, and pointed to the sky like a beacon. The profaned fire lashed out at the snow, stopping it from doing anything so much as close to getting near him. The cursed flames that would never fade proved more than a match for the icy breath of this storm. Jean staggered forwards, pulling her legs from the snow and stumbling to a halt just behind the taller caster. She paused when she noticed that he was actually waiting for her, raising a single eyebrow as if surprised by his course of action. Having to explain you wandering the snow to the summoner will only end in me being dragged out to find you once more. Sullivan explained over the wind, raising his voice into a shout just so she could heed his words. The less time I spend outside in these foul winds, the better. Do not prove too great a burden. In spite of that, as he aimed his head forwards once more, he lowered the greatsword and then reversed it in his grip. Plunging the burning sword down, it hissed as he buried it into the snow. The steam rising up was almost pleasant. More so when he forced more magical energy into the blade and intensified the flames clinging to the steel weapon. He could feel the confusion of the woman behind him, not that he was concerned in the least. With a grunt, the flames of the sword spread wide enough to cover the width of his own body. With the sword still buried in the snow, Sullivan started to walk forwards, each step accompanied by a hiss as he carved out a path through the snow by melting everything in front of him. Whether or not the saint took his newly created path didn't matter much to him, so long as he didn't prove a burden he cared not. A tingle shot through his body, a sense of something watching him. A sense he could never forget. When walking the painted world you were always in the eyes of someone. Either one of the despairing or one of its guardians. As one of the few who would actively wander the wastes with no small amount of purpose, Sullivan was used to receiving stares from different groups altogether. He stopped walking, his left hand swept to the side in an arc while the silver longsword manifested in his hand and glowed an ethereal purple light. Jean's footsteps ground to a halt behind him. He could feel the woman tense and aim a questioning gaze towards his back. Not that he even registered it, instead moving to look up. Glancing to the skies, his brows creaked as they fell ever so slightly. His expression scrunching up as he looked between the two sides of the street. "Castor," Jean called out behind him, the puzzlement still in her voice though it was now thick with attention to it. Clearly sensing that he had stopped for a very specific reason, not to mention the fact that he had drawn his second sword and started channeling magical energy into the blade. "What is it?" "We're being watched," Sullivan responded to her, his form tensing up as he moved his head from side to side. "Though quite by who, I am not sure. Either way, there will be none who wander these streets with much in the way of mercy for outsiders such as ourselves." "You sound confident." "Naturally." Sullivan scoffed though he didn't respond beyond that, his head still moving from side to side as he examined their surroundings. "We are not of this cold and do not accept it in our hearts. Therefore we are enemies of this place, those who do not join with the rot, are not welcome in the world." Jean tensed, now catching onto his meaning. "If this is the world you claim it to be, then there are guardians that maintain the way it is." Her grip on her flagpole tightened, raising it from the ground and clasping it in both hands. "And they are no doubt closing in on us as we speak." "More than likely," Sullivan remarked in a hollow tone of voice. "Now I suggest we," he grunted, staggering to the side as three blurs shot from the storm and struck him. The caster snapped his head down, staring at the three sword-like knives stuck in his ribs before his head snapped back up towards the direction they had come from. "Wah!" Jean blurted out in alarm, then heard a trudge of snow and twisted around. Bringing up the flagpole as three long blades collided with her guard, frowning as she saw a shadow rise well above her head. The form of the body itself was thin, skeletal almost with an almost plate-like scaling to them. The shoulders rose above the collarbone, a spindly neck rose up to attach to a beak-like face. A growl came from her assailant as two pitch-black eyes glared at her. The claws at the end of each hand, mounted blades on the knuckles, grinded against the metal pole in her hands. Another set of claws came in from the side, intent on disemboweling her. The woman snapped back, shoving the arm back the way it had come and smacking the bird humanoid in the face. It staggered backwards before it could get another hit in. Swinging the staff down, she heard a crunch of metal and bone as she slammed the weapon into the right arm of her attacker, the limb bending with the strike and a squawk of pain coming from the creature. The back of the standard snapped back around as she spun it in a reverse direction, slamming it into the chin and breaking bone once more. The head snapped back at an ugly angle as the body fell into the snow with a thud. The relief didn't last long as another blur came charging towards her from the snow. The saint narrowed her eyes as a virtual copy of her last attacker was upon her like a rabid beast, screeching a warcry as it swung at her. A clang of steel came from the side, soon followed by a flash of light sweeping in and striking the charging creature in the chest and sending it flying off back into the storm with a hiss of pain. Jean glanced to the side briefly, just in time to see Sullivan parry away the claws of another of the bird creatures. The burning greatsword was brought down and cleaved through the upper and lower body with sickening ease. The caster snarled as he turned around, the sword danced through the air and struck out several more knives flying towards him. The saint would have rushed to him if it wasn't for the fact that three more beasts came charging from the snow straight towards her, claws bared and beaked maws open wide in a high-pitched screech. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Chapter 5. Chapter 147, Home is where the hope is. A. Reality marble. The words echoed around in Masha's head, bouncing rapidly and slipping away each time she tried to consider them once more. It wasn't as though she was unfamiliar with the term, she knew what a reality marble was, but in the same token, it didn't quite register with her that they were in such a place as of this very moment. What do you mean a reality marble? The shielder inquired with no small sense of urgency, if her desperation had any effect on the which she couldn't tell, as she took a single step forwards. Lips still parted and eyes wide. How can we be in a reality marble? Medea stared at her blankly from behind the hood. For one thing, this is most certainly not a traditional reality marble. Or perhaps it remains the same in principle but applied on a far greater scale. She explained without missing a beat, then noticed Mordred with a bewildered expression out of the corner of her eyes. Am I to explain what a reality marble is? I know what a reality marble is. Mordred snapped back at her in irritation. Mother was a mage as well. Yes, I am certain that the witch Lefay could quite well be something of an equal to me. Medea admitted with a begrudging note of respect. Though the nature of that aside, I was in reference to the other occupants of the room who were not gifted with the same education as the more enlightened in the room. The tone of the caster was flat as her hood turned ever so slightly in the direction of both Vort and Jekyll, both men looking somewhat puzzled as to the terminology. Mash bit her lip, turning to the pair. It is, a reality marble falls into the category of a bounded field, she explained to the pair of them, earning slow nods of the head. Though it is more advanced in scope than the traditional ones utilized by most magi. That explanation will suffice. Medea spoke up before Mash could try and explain further, clearly not too interested in explaining the specifics of such things to the people in the room. For simplicity's sake, we shall simply refer to London as being under the direct influence of a bounded field brought about by the personal design of whomever is behind this to begin with. Though perhaps it would be more accurate to say that, at present, this is a bounded field on par with a reality marble. Mash turned back to the caster. How do you? Because it is simple enough to realize that the world itself is not right. Medea bluntly stated, cutting the shielder off with a tone of voice that made it sound as though the answer had been obvious from the very beginning. The storm continues without end, by the accounts we have heard from the doctor here, he gestured towards Jekyll. The people of this city are under the direct influence of a magical spell, and through further investigation I have deduced that the spell exists in all corners of this place. Mash blinked once, then widened her eyes. You mean that? Yes. Once more, she was cut off by the caster. The spell is also within this very room as well. All corners of London are likely being affected by mental hypnosis. The effects are simple enough to deduce. The sheer lack of complexity to them is indicative of something naturally occurring, such as the very air that humans breathe. There are also no ley lines currently within London, which leads me to confirm that the city has been moved. But, Mash pointed down, does that mean the reality marble took the whole city? Medea was silent for a moment, thinning her lips as she composed an answer. Yes. Either the entire city itself has been removed from its current condition, or we have been dragged into an exact duplicate of the city created from the images of the citizens who lived here. The latter is more likely than the former, as transporting an entire city and all the inhabitants to a reality marble would be a feat beyond what even the most talented mages are capable of. Mordred frowned. So that's why the storm suddenly swept in overnight. She narrowed her eyes. It didn't appear, we got dragged into it. She gestured around them. So what is all this shit doing here then? The caster stared at her for a brief moment before she turned away. What I have thus far been able to deduce about the environment is that it is designed to bring comfort. Or perhaps a state of despair, so that sitting down in the cold and remaining silent is as comforting as it will remain. Just as the reality marble is under the whim of the owner, evidently it is under the whim of the people who reside here. She glanced back. There is a great degree of mental traffic, so to speak. The wishes and comforts of the prisoners here have been laid bare, and for those who remain awake, London is the greatest comfort they can imagine, or the place where they feel most at peace. Though this is little more than idle speculation, I believe the owner of the reality marble constructed this duplicate city by means of ensuring that all those who were dragged here remained as placated as possible. Mash blinked. You figured this out very quickly, Caster San. The girl breathed out with no small amount of awe. Her praise washed over the servant with barely a twitch of her face. However, she almost projected a smug aura about herself for a few seconds before it dissipated. The rules of this reality marble are far from complex. This is something meant to bring comfort to the prisoners who remain here. Make no mistake, it remains a prison all the same. We remain unaffected through either magic resistance, mental strength or my own abilities, but it will not matter for very long. Between the storm outside and the effects of the admittedly simple spell, those who are not protected will quickly fall victim to this land and become part of it. The shielder paused as she considered the words, then raised her hand. Question. Medea almost did a double take at the earnest tone of the girl, opting to stare at her for several seconds in silence before she nodded her head once. If this is a reality marble, why is the food and clothes still present? The food was brought over, the clothes are replications created through the manipulation of magical energy and the memories of mind. Jekyll exhaled, so my shirts have not been ripped to shreds yet. What the fuck are you sounding so relieved over? Mordred snapped at the man, giving him an incredulous look, pointing at him. She just said we're trapped in some psycho freak's head and you're worried about your stupid shirts. It brings about another problem. Medea remarked in a grim tone of voice, the owner of the reality marble remains in complete control of it, meaning they are very likely aware of our existence and have been since we arrived. Even my spells to conceal us will only afford so much. By rejecting the influence of the bounded field we highlight our existence to the owner. More to the point, the fact London still remains means that the owner is most likely unwilling to remove the comfort of the people. Vort raised his hand, earning an annoyed sound from the witch but a permissive wave of the hand. Thank you. So, what does this mean? It means that London only remains so long as the owner of this world allows it to. They can remove it just as swiftly as they created it. The city only remains because there are those who found comfort in the real world without the cold, such as him. She pointed at Jekyll, and perhaps many others. So long as the owner remains shackled by those inclinations, it is likely that this copied city of London will remain, though the image will lose focus and revert to another. The more minds accept the cold as their new home. How does this explain the bird people? Vort asked again. Very likely they are those who fell into the embrace of the reality marble long ago and have been accepted into its thrall. Or they are the creation of another servant. Without seeing them, I would have little way of knowing which they are. Interesting as all this is, Mordred drawled out with a rather strained tone of voice, almost pressuring the caster to get to the point of everything. Mash fought back a wince at the hostile manner of speech from the knight. While they had already made themselves clear that they didn't much care for caster, Mash was slightly dubious as to why Sir Mordred felt the need to be quite so hostile with them in the first place. If they knew Medea's name, then she might have understood the suspicion somewhat when it came to a servant's identity, but that wasn't the case. The thought occurred to her that Mordred just didn't like casters or mages, much like Bishop Havel. But they were also a child of the witch Morgan, so it would be a strange thing to consider. What are we supposed to do now? The knight continued on, not noticing the thoughts of the shielder. We're stuck in this place, and until we get out of here you're basically telling us we're at the whim of whatever asshole made this place to begin with. Medea visibly held back a scoff at the remarks of the knight. I would not bother delivering news that changed very little about our situation. The manner of disrupting a reality marble comes from one of three methods. She held up her right hand, pointing a single finger skywards. The first being the removal of the magical energy that sustains it. Even the strongest caster cannot maintain an active field for long for the simple reason that the world would recognize it as an aberration. Mash widened her eyes, excitedly calling out, "That's right." The words briefly jolted Vort and Jekyll in her direction. The world would seek to correct it, so it would take constant focus to maintain its existence. If this reality marble has been active for so long and covers such a wide area, then it would normally last for perhaps a day at most. The witch stared at Mash for a brief second, her lip twitching upwards ever so slightly at the interruption. Almost looking vaguely amused that the shielder was aware of such knowledge before her expression tapered out. It is as the girl says, the simple fact that reality marble remains active proves that the owner of it has access to a tremendous amount of magical energy to the point where it might as well be unlimited. In this case, such a thing would be the Holy Grail. She sighed. This unfortunately renders the other two options null and void. Nothing shy of an anti-world noble phantasm would offset this place in deploying a counter-reality marble. If anyone here possessed such a thing, would be pointless as the magical supply of the Holy Grail would trump whatever mage deployed it. Mordred stared at her with an almost deadpan expression. So you're just saying our plan is to find the asshole who made this place and just kill them? At the nod of the head she received as a reply, a feral grin came upon her face. Finally, a language I can speak. The language of savagery, how droll. Medea muttered to herself as she turned towards Mash. At any rate, finding our wayward master will prove far more troublesome in these conditions, though not as impossible as you would have previously believed. It is a matter of uncovering how the reality marble operates in combination with the mentality of the user. She gestured to the floor, as they have not robbed us of our cover and are instead waiting for us to fall victim to the cold, that points towards an unwillingness to use forceful measures through either incapability or through inability. Vort made a confused face, then looked towards Jekyll. She means that whomever is responsible for this is either too peaceful to forcefully destroy our resistance or they just aren't strong enough to do so. Jekyll explained with a nod of the head, Vort making a face of understanding and returning his attention to the witch. That does leave a singular question, Miss Castor. Jekyll frowned. What becomes of those who have already fallen victim to this world? That brought a pause to Medea. I would need to examine their current condition in order to make an accurate estimation. She frowned. Reality marbles are not regarded as the pinnacle of bounded fields by mere amateurs, they operate on an entirely different set of rules and are all unique. We could just as easily remain guests who are outed when the user is killed, or we could remain prisoners and vanish into nothing as the world collapses around us. So we just need to find you one of those popsicle people. Mordred grunted, then rose off her seat, rolling her arms before leaning down and taking hold of the knives at her side and straightening herself out. Turning to Mash, she cracked a half grin. Come on then, we're gonna go kidnap someone. Mash just blinked. You. She pointed at Vort, then to the ground. Stay here and keep an eye on the witch. I'm gonna be back soon. She was already marching towards the door, helmet snapping back up with a loud clang, before the rider could even reply to her beyond making a dumbfounded noise. As she passed Mash, she leaned down and took hold of the shielder's arm and roughly pulled her to her feet and dragged her away. Wait, Sir Mordred. Mash called out as she was manhandled out of the door, we don't even know where we're going. Across the street. Mordred replied back as though the answer was obvious, slinging Mash forwards and sending her into a stumble as they came upon the hallway leading to the door. The shielder turned around to argue further before Mordred just scoffed. Come on. I'm going stir crazy in there and I wanna see what you can do with that shield of yours. Mash paused at the words of the saber for a half second, then spoke once more, but what if Castor-san makes contact with Senpei while I'm? It's gonna be fine. Mordred grunted, turning the shielder around and pushing her towards the door with frightening ease despite her small stature. What, are you afraid of the cold or something? What kind of knight turns their nose up at a little chill? It's not that. Mash hastily replied back, it's just that. Then there's no problem. Mordred cut her off with an audible grin in her voice, reaching around the shielder and pulling the door open, the pair immediately being assaulted by a wave of cold that by all rights should have caused a shudder to go through Mash. Instead she watched as the wind seemingly swirled around her body as if trying to avoid her. Knew you'd have high magic resistance. The comment from Mordred was accompanied by her roughly shoving the shielder out of the door and into the frozen streets. Mash finding her shins sinking down into the snow and her feet all but vanishing, she internally sighed as she flashed up her shield and planted it in the ground, then opted to use it as a plow and push forwards. Holy shit. Mordred cackled behind her, jumping down into the trench the girl was carving out through the snow. I didn't think you'd do that. Come on then. The saber ordered with a gruff voice, pointing the dagger over Mash's shoulder and straight ahead, to the other side of the street. The sounds of clashing steel echoed through the storm, even the winds could do nothing to abate the sound of battle as the two groups dueled one another. A flash of light was accompanied by a burning heat, flames rolled over the frozen ground in waves, trailing behind each swing of the long sword as Sullivan twisted and turned his body. His full skill laid bare as one who leads the knights of the god Gwyndolin. Though he might never have taken pride in the role, seeing it as only a means to an end, his skill could never be denied. Taking a step forward, Sullivan was silent as he cut down the next Corvian knight without so much as a word traded between them. Not even a dismissive insult or a scoff of derision. He silently moved through the storm, not straying far from Jean as the attackers came seemingly without end. The longsword in his right hand twisted upwards at an angle, claws crashed into the glowing blade and grinded against it. Sullivan turned his body, shoving the claws to the side and then sweeping the sword up. The glowing blade flashed through the storm, slicing through the chest of the Corvian and flinging both halves back into the frigid waste. Another turn, he ducked low and swung his greatsword up at an angle, the flat of the blade close enough to the snow that it steamed and hissed as he swung it. The weapon collided with the claws of another Corvian for all of half a second. Then the metal blades glowed a brilliant orange as the profaned fires melted the steel without much resistance, passing through the now liquid weapons and continuing on. Sullivan did not even stop to savor the look of surprised horror in the eyes of the birdman before the sword claimed its head. He was already turning towards the next shadow rushing towards him. This one jumped just shy of him and threw itself into the air, both arms spread wide as if to embrace him, if only offset by the long blades strapped to the elongated hands. The catalyst sword swung upwards. A memory came to his mind, a young boy who studied the cold and the frost of the world. Who sought to control it with his mind. Such a memory vanished as quickly as it arrived. The spell was cast, ice leapt from the sword the moment it touched the snow and the ground erupted with spikes, shooting straight into the body of the charging Corvain and leaving it hanging in the air with now bloodied icicles jutting from one side of its body to the back. The great sword was pulled back. Sullivan made a half-turn and then thrust the burning sword like a spear. Fire shot forth from the weapon with a mental command and rushed forwards from the blade. A terrible wind of fire washed over the Corvain charging the back of the saint as she backhanded another opponent from her. She turned in surprise at the scream of agony that split the storm, the Corvain frantically twisting and turning their body as they tried to douse the flames now clinging to them. It was a pointless endeavor. Sullivan knew of nothing that could douse those flames. All the same, he stepped forwards and brought the glowing sword down with a clean swipe through the neck and ended the cries almost as soon as they had begun, the suffering of the Corvian cut short as he was already in the midst of turning once more. The glowing sword was brought across in an arc, the blade glowing like a torch through the storm before the light surged forth from the blade, flying from the sword as a crescent of light which vanished into the blizzard, carrying with it the poor wretch who had been trying to rush the caster from behind. They might well have been winning now, but Sullivan knew it was not something that could last. The Corvians were nothing if not fanatics, and if they were here then there would be others who would prove a far greater challenge to the pair of them. A parry, the claws were flung from his body as he stepped forwards and gracefully reversed the movement of his sword and brought it back across his attacker, slicing across their gut and forcing them a step backwards. The burning sword was thrust, it speared through the Corvian without an ounce of hesitation before being ripped upwards, cleaving the bird man from naves to the chaps. The gruesome flower fell backwards into the snow. We must move on, Sullivan cut himself off, raising the sword in his left hand and deflecting two more quill knives aimed towards him. They bounced off his sword with gentle clangs while the third vanished over his shoulder somewhere. Quickly, he carried on without missing a beat, tensing himself for another charge through the snow. He glanced just behind him, hearing Jean grunt and watching as she flipped a Corvian over her shoulder, twirling the standard in her hand and thrusting it down into the skull of the birdman before wrenching it free with a pop. Our foes are relentless. Her exclamation was met with the howls of more birds from behind the veil of snow as if to support her words. That is what they are, if nothing else. Sullivan similarly voiced his own agreement as he reversed his grip on the catalyst sword and then thrust it down. O breath of frozen bliss, clear my way and grant my sight. The moment the sword touched the snow, it was as if an explosion had gone off that affected none by the environment. The snow was blasted apart as if a sphere expanded in the center of them. A bubble surrounded the pair, ice and snow bouncing off the new safety net as Sullivan released the sword and stepped backwards, bringing up the burning sword as his primary weapon at this point and pointing it towards the veil of ice. Hear me, Corvians of the Church. My name is Sullivan. I offer this warning but once: step back and return to your rot or stand before me and be met with a swift end. To say he expected a response would be a lie. To say he expected anything to come of his words would have been another. All the same, he made the declaration to them and was met with nothing more than the howl of the wind and the chittering of Corvians beyond the blizzard. He knew they were still there, moving around and no doubt surrounding them. He knew they would attack once more, not at all cowed by his words or his lingering threat. Not even the slaughter of their people by his hands would break their will. They would throw themselves at him until their numbers were bled dry because that's who they were. That was what they were. Nothing more than animals who so desperately protected such a fragile state of being, those who believed that sitting back and rot was something to be valued. Snow crinkled by his side as Jean took purposeful steps to him, her brow furrowed slightly in confusion that he would not clear away. She would have to make her own conclusions, for he had no more words to trade on the subject. So they stood, in the cold, with a thin barrier protecting them from the blizzard and the likely growing number of Corvians on the other side staring at them. He could just about make out shadows that dipped in and out of visibility as they rushed through the weather. The snow masking their physical appearance, and evidently something was also masking their spiritual presence, either the storm itself or someone else. Not that it mattered for the time being. Do you suspect they shall? No. His words cut through Jean's sentence before she could even finish, coldly ending what she might have assumed would be an opportunity for peace. As I said, they will fight us to the last. They have little other reason for existence. The sword was lowered somewhat, though the flames burned as brightly as ever. We will need to cut them down, carve a path to our freedom, and hope to lose them. Glancing around, he watched their surroundings with a critical eye. We shall have to be quick about it. More will flood to this place now that we have been spotted. We will need to. A beat, Sullivan stepped forwards and swung his sword up. The burning weapon roared as fires leapt from its edge and straight towards the barrier. The shield shattered like glass from the sudden attack. The confusion lasted a faint second before a river of black fire parted the storm before them and impacted against the preemptive strike of Sullivan. The two infernos raged against one another, brutally clashing their full might in an effort to snuff out their opponent. A grunt left Sullivan as he stepped to the side, reaching down and snatching his sword from the snow and letting the black flames rush past him, the fires forming a wall that separated him and Jean from one another as far as the eye could see. The child born from the cold comes home once more, a voice called from the storm. It sounded graveled and mocking, an echo to it as though spoken in a confined space. The boy who sought answers to every question that came his way, who sought to unravel every mystery. It started as a speck in the distance, a wisp of black fire moving through the storm and coming closer and closer to them, then the form became more solid. A long sword, bathed in flames of purest dark, wisps of white flickering amongst the blackened fire. The man stood a head above Jean, clad in dark plate armor that covered his every inch, cloth draped over his shoulder and chest in an arrow-shaped point, buffeting in the winds as he closed in. Sullivan wasted not a second since the man spoke before he rushed forwards. The longsword burned with violet light once more as it was brought down. The man charged forwards. Rather than bringing up his sword, he instead thrust out his empty palm towards the caster. The violet light rippled and swirled as it clashed against space. No, it wasn't space. A thin layer of swirling red had rushed out from the palm of the Black Knight, forming a circle around his open fingers and blocking the sword in its tracks as though it was the toughest shield. Jean herself widened her eyes ever so slightly, watching the light from the glowing sword fade and peel away, moving towards the red light of the palm. Something Sullivan clearly realized himself as he let out an irritable noise and stepped back, clearing the distance between the two of them once more and bringing forth both weapons. The man lowered the hand, not making an effort to pursue Sullivan, and stared at him through the storm, neither one moving as the staredown continued. Eventually, the man brought up his burning sword, forged from obsidian-colored steel, cutouts in the shape of diamonds moving up the length of the blade, wide enough that you could have wrapped your fingers around them. A weapon that would have looked more at home on a mantelpiece than in the hands of a knight. Yet all the same the man wielded the frightfully long weapon with childish ease, begetting experience with the sword as he pointed it to the caster. Have you found the folly of your quest? The futility of this delusion? The knight questioned further, his voice with an edge in it that was almost pitiable. Or do you yet spurn the wisdom of this world, and the words of your lady? Your lady? Sullivan responded back to the man, his tone betraying nothing more. Jean would have voiced her surprise if she didn't notice the other Corvians now closing in on her, though they all held themselves back, most likely on the orders of the knight who walked amongst them. She could never have been mine. That is simply untrue, the knight replied for a moment, then let out a short breath, or perhaps it was, once. Though it had been some time, Sullivan, the sword was lowered ever so slightly. How many winters have passed since your flight from your home? Where once you might have found no comfort from the world, have you not seen the value of what is now shown to you? The home that welcomes all those that shall never spurn the lost and listless. How could one ever love such a place? Sullivan countered with an edge in his tone, a land of dejection and despondency. Even those who lived in this world saw the folly of its existence. They knew full well that a cycle cannot be broken, else the rot set in. It was the burning blade of Sullivan that was raised this time. This is a world without an ounce of wisdom or potential, a land such as this has not the right to exist. Those who would claim otherwise are fools who reject the reality of the world. The knight heard Sullivan, though paid little heed to his words. Those who could not find their home in life are not undeserving. This land offers salvation to all. Salvation. Jean tensed up at that, though her expression was one of righteous fury as opposed to understanding. This is your claim of salvation. Those who sit back and allow the world to swallow them without a care to their minds. You have not soothed their souls, you have drowned them in anguish to the point they accept it as being the norm. The short-sightedness of one who worships the gods. The knight countered swiftly, the promises they offer are immaterial. His left hand swept out in a motion to show off the world. This is the world that accepts even those who have fallen victim to anguish, it does not encourage it. A land where worry and woes are forgotten, where the sins of the past are ignored and the losses of the soul are no longer a burden. Jean felt her eyes narrow at the man, her brows tighten at his words. Salvation, you say, that is now what you offer these souls. She called back to him, now incensed by the words of the knight. And the sins committed in the past are not to be forgotten, nor should the losses be cast aside as though they were without value, such a thing would disgrace those who were lost. The standard was planted in the ground, cerulean blue eyes almost burning with conviction. The path to salvation lies in facing your sins and accepting them for what they are, not to flee from them and into a land where your woes are forgotten. It is a land that brings peace to the soul. The knight countered swiftly, then his gaze fell upon Sullivan once more. That which you call rot, is the bed by which one might rest their head, where they may have their peaceful sleep for all time without ever needing to worry about the harshness of the world again. You describe cowardice. Jean jolted at the snarl in Sullivan's voice, the venom that laced his words had returned in full force as he took a half-step forwards. To abandon the world because you can no longer face it, to decry that you can no longer lift yourself from the gutter, to abandon any chance that the world might have for betterment. He thrust the sword towards the knight once more. To accept such a thing, to preach such a thing, makes you little more than the same manner of fiend who cursed the world to stagnate in the first place. The knight did not answer the words, merely lowering the sword to touch the ground, steam rising from the point where black fire met white snow. He raised his left hand, gesturing to Sullivan. You say such a thing as stagnation, but what do you intend to do once you have destroyed this land, Sullivan? The knight inquired with a knowing tone. What will you do when you erase this peaceful place, this sanctuary of the lost? Shall you move on to the next land in need of correction? Is that what your growth is? Your potential? If needs be. Sullivan didn't waste a moment to answer. My will is my own. I shall not let this world be shackled by the whims of the gods who proclaim peace while poison is forced down my gullet. Nor will I stand by and watch the delusions of the lost influence those who can still yet move. Your plan is madness and you are a fool for accepting it. He scoffed, though your loyalty to Fried was always steadfast, Wilhelm. Wilhelm, the now named knight, merely stared at Sullivan for a moment before he chuckled and shook his head from side to side. I thought you grown, but you remain ever the sapling, Sullivan. Jean noted that his tone was almost affectionate. I wonder if you do not realize the folly in tying your own soul to the fate of the world in such a way. Sullivan made no comment, instead replied with a slow movement of his arms as he brought the swords up. The burning sword crossed over his left shoulder while pointing to the sky, the glowing longsword over his right hip and pointing to the ground. I shall parry no further words with you, Sir Wilhelm. I know full well that you shall not heed a single one of my warnings, chained as you are to the whims of Fried. It is by the whims of Lady Fried that you might even face me now. Wilhelm countered without even a moment of hesitation, bringing the sword back up and pointing it to Sullivan. By the whims of the people you so quickly dismiss, else you forget that the Lady Aurora sired. Sullivan had cleared the distance between the two of them with a single leap, the crooked branch-like wings propelling him like a cannon and his swords already poised to bisect Wilhelm. Jean was briefly surprised by both the speed and savagery of the sudden attack. Wilhelm was not. The knight raised his weapon, blocking the sword coming in on his right side while the crimson light sprung forth on his left. Both of Sullivan's swords was halted with a tremendous clash of steel. "Keep her name." Sullivan's voice was quiet, yet it had never been seeped in more emotion than this very moment. Every word was flung from his lips drenched in pure hatred, directed solely towards the knight standing before him. "Out of your mouth." Wilhelm remained undaunted by the words or the fury now directed at him. With a grunt he forced Sullivan back a step and then went on the offensive, the burning sword now gliding through the air as the armored knight swung the blade that was easily his height with trivial ease, the singular weapon clashing against the dual swords of Sullivan as a dance of color. Violet light was washed away with brilliant orange, then swept aside by the consuming black. Had Jean not bigger concerns, she would have crossed the wall of flames and joined Sullivan in the attack which he now found himself on the defensive too. Earlier momentum lost and now facing an opponent who had caught him off guard, using his emotions to gain ground which he would not be so quick to lose. It was a quick realization to see that Sullivan had been baited into action, though it was clear the two of them had a history. Such thoughts were pushed from her mind, just as quickly as her fist crashed against the beaked face of her latest attacker. Her armored knuckles cracked the bone jaw and sent fragments flying through the air. She wasted no time in ducking down low and throwing her body into a shove, slamming her shoulder into the gut of her attacker and flipping them over as she righted herself. The standard was already moving before the next bird was upon her. The butt end of the weapon cracked against the guard of the blades, grinding against the steel weapons. Jean twisted the pole, sweeping the arms to the side and bringing the tip of the flagpole down like a hammer directly into the top of the Corvian's head. The bird let out screech as she split the skin, then brought the standard up once more and caught them in the chin with the uppercut. She spun, swinging the pole once more and striking the forehead of another attacker. The words of Sullivan echoed about in his head. More and more, his experience in this land was starting to shine through. The Corvians, as he called them, were truly coming at her without end. Three charged from the snow. She caught the first in the head with a punch, striking the second in the knee with a kick. The third swung at her. She raised the back of her arm and caught the blow on her guard, swinging her arm to the side and slinging it forwards in a quick jab to the face. She turned back to the second and struck it in the side of the head with her elbow, thrusting her flag into the gut of the first and throwing it away from her. The weight left the end of her flag rather suddenly, the body being tossed away as she focused on the remaining two who were still recovering from her attacks. The third was quick to resume its attack, already thrusting its claws towards her once more. The flag was raised up, positioned so that the claws passed directly between the pole before its knuckles cracked against the standard. She twisted the metal in her grasp like a blur, accompanied by cries of pain and the sounds of shattering steel with an undertone of snapping bone. She swung the flagpole with all her might. The bone jaw shattered like porcelain as the bloodied remains vanished off into the distance, wasting barely a second in reversing her grip on her flag and sending the sharpened tip piercing through the gut of the final corvane with a wheezing noise, then wrenched it free just as swiftly before kicking it away from her. A sharp grunt left her lips. She staggered backwards as something slammed into her right shoulder. Her eyes widened ever so slightly as she beheld the quill-shaped piece of metal now embedded in her. With a frown she reached up and pulled it free of her body, stepping backwards and narrowing her eyes at the snow ahead of her. She had seen those same blades strike Sullivan at the start of the battle, which meant that whomever was throwing them had switched targets to her. A blurring shadow racing towards her was all the warning she got. Sharp pain spread across her left cheek as she swung her head to the side, eyes widening as she stared at the thin rapier positioned just to her left where her head had been not a split second earlier, leaving little to wonder what would have happened if she had not moved. Her surprise lasted scant but a nanosecond before her eyes narrowed and she ducked down, avoiding the rapier twisting itself and slicing through the air where her neck had been. She stepped forwards, thrusting her standard and finding herself briefly surprised when her attacker dodged it. The surprise did not last long as she registered the presence of her foe. A servant, of the same race as the Corvians, so perhaps a summoner of them. It mattered little as her opponent was upon her a second later. The rapier being drawn back and thrust towards her as a blur of movement, her attacker dancing and weaving from several angles to try and break through her guard. The clang of steel drowned out all other noises as she focused on the attacker leaping around from left to right in front of her. Similar height and stature to the other Corvians, though this one had a dark matted gray cloak draped over their head and shoulders, extending down their back. The fact she had not sensed them until now meant that they could either be an assassin or it truly was the storm masking their presence. Her eyes narrowed as she activated her discernment. Dolian. Servant. Assassin. Strength. C+. Endurance. D. Agility. A+. Mana. E. Luck. B. Noble Phantasm. B. Alignment. Lawful Evil. Region. Oriental. The name meant little to her, she knew nothing of this figure but the location bounced around in her head. Oriental, something to note for later. An assassin engaging a ruler in combat. Either arrogant or confident in his skills as a swordsman, and as the fight progressed, Jean could understand where this confidence came from. His speed and precision made it as though she was fighting two at once. He kept dancing from left to right and changing his angle of attack. Dolian jumped back. His left hand came up to reveal 4 quill-shaped blades held between his fingers. With nary a word he slung his arm forwards and hurled the blades in her direction. Even as his feet hit the ground, he charged her once more before even moving to block his throwing knives. Her flag danced in her fingers, twisting it around and turning her body to parry away the blades closest to her while letting the others sail past without a worry. She raised the standard up, bracing it with both hands as Dolian slashed down at her, using his superior height to gain leverage over her. Their weapons connected for barely a second before he retreated backwards, sweeping out a clawed leg and aiming it towards her gut. Jean stepped back, watching as the claws scraped along her armor with a quiet screech of steep before passing away from her. The Corvian jumped back once more, examining her from a distance this time. "You fight well for a holy woman." She raised an eye at the genuine praise of the assassin. Unlike how one would imagine a bird to sound, his voice was rich and smooth, clearly intellectual and something not quite expected for one of his ilk. "Your moves might well be without polish, but they tell a tale of experience and story." The brows narrowed slightly, the Corvian resting himself on one leg more than the other. "Would it not be more preferable to lay down your banner?" Jean frowned. "If your intent is to preach the folly of my actions, then I shall advise you save us both the effort." "As you say." Dolian was seemingly uncaring as to her quick dismissal of his words. "It is a simpler task for me to ascribe you an enemy of the peace." His words were sharp, like a blade that would fall without warning. "And holy without discrimination." He charged her down once more, shooting forth like a blur and already upon her with his rapier thrusting upwards. She stepped back, swinging the standard up and knocking the blade off course. Dolian was clearly expecting that, as his other hand came about with the knives sweeping towards her like the claws of his kin. "Ha!" The cry came free of her lips, her right hand parted from its grip and fell down, smashing the back of her hand into the blades and knocking them from the hand of the assassin. The weapons fell to the snow, gentle thud. A beat followed. She widened her eyes as another set of 4 quills manifested in his hands, now directly upon her and past the point she could act to stop them. She let her weight drop, falling down to the snow and wincing as the knives continued on their path, streaking a thin line across her chest and cutting into the surface of her skin. Her back fell into the snow with a crunch, already rolling back and sweeping the standard up, kicking up a wave of ice to cover her retreat and block the sight of the assassin as she prepared herself once more. The snow was parted cleanly. A single swipe of the rapier was accompanied by Dolian charging through the snow, twisting his body and bringing the left side forwards with the 4 bloodied knives being hurled in her direction. "Oh blizzard!" A shout on the wind, a rumbling of the air and a rush of cold followed. Both Dolian and Jean found themselves bathed in a fresh layer of ice, though for Jean the spell curved around her body as her magic resistance rejected its effect. Something snagged her right hand, dragging her to the side. Her head snapped around and she almost lashed out before she caught sight of the humanoid figure dragging her away from the battle. Briefly widening her eyes at the rough staff held in their right hand as they pulled her along. "Hurry up! More are coming." The voice, most certainly male, called back to her as if sensing her hesitation. "But what about?" She turned her head to her ally, seeking out any sign of him and finding herself wholly disappointed by the lack of anything concrete. Merely a thick blanket of falling snow blocking her sight and leaving her with only the sounds of clashing steel and grunts to vaguely guess where Sullivan was. "There's no time." The boy, because that is what he sounded like, a mere boy, called back to her as she was pulled along, desperation in his tone as she followed behind him. "They'll be here soon and she knows where you are. Trust me, he can escape just as easily as I can now. Hurry up, please." Maybe it was his tone, or perhaps it was the warning, but Jean adhered to his words. Falling into step with her mysterious savior as the pair of them charged into the cold and away from the sounds of battle. Despite that, she could sense the person in front of her was a servant. Knowing that, she allowed her true name discernment to activate once more. The parameters and true name of the servant before her were revealed to her eyes. Though very little could have prepared her for the truth of who it was who had come to her aid. Sapling Sullivan. Servant. Ruler. Strength. D. Endurance. C. Agility. B. Mana. B+. Luck. A. Noble Phantasm. C+. Alignment. Lawful Good. Region. Oriental. Words were not traded, the attack had simply happened. A weight struck his back and in the next moment he found himself battling for his life once more. Such an event did not cause him to so much as bat an eye. In truth, he considered himself fortunate that his attacker had not simply chosen to run him through the back. Not that the small leeway had granted him much of an advantage, it would be easier to say that he had been on the back foot from the moment the battle began. That sword his attacker wielded, he did not understand it, but he knew that a cut from that weapon would spell disaster for him. As it was, he was already doing his best to fight off the armored knight, standing a full head higher than him and adorned in full-plate steel armor, a bulk to his body that gave the impression of a good deal of muscle, though there was something more to the knight that put him on edge. The curses pouring out of the warped and twisted faces, their agonized screams forged into the very steel. The crimson light shined brightly as the two clashed weapons once more. The almost tranquil glow of sky blue that clung to the huge sword countered the chaotic spasm of Galvatine's flames. Ash stepped backwards, the knight followed after him by simply leaning their body forwards, their feet hovering above the ground as they thrust their sword towards his gut. He twisted his body, the blade gliding just past his body and a small grinding sound ringing in his ears as the edge of the blade almost kissed the front of his armor. He swung his burning sword down, finding his momentum halted as the knight moved first. The rounded breechshield of his attacker blocked his path, the groove sliced into the side of the shield trapped his sword in its maw. He reacted fast, his left hand blurred as he slung it forwards, fire jumped from his hand and rushed forwards without any sort of precision or skill. The explosion went off, he used the confusion to leap back away from the knight, who came flying through the cloud of smoke, not affected by the explosion in the least. Already swinging towards him as he retreated. Ash grit his teeth, sweeping his weapon out and bringing it across the other side. The two swords clashed once more with a roar of steel, sparks and flames scattered across the space between them as both moved back. The knight swung the shield towards him, Ash tensed his body and turned. Grunting as the smooth metal face of the disc struck his shoulder and sent him into a half stagger, he did not remain idle nor did he let himself be exposed. He turned his body around the other side, bringing his sword up and thrusting it down towards the now open left side of the knight, sword moving just beneath the rim of the shield. The knight rose into the air and twisted, their body corkscrewing through the air to avoid the attack while their blades swung out towards him, already moving towards his arm like a pendulum. A crack of thunder, the knight was blown from their spin as a series of sparks scattered across the front of his armor and forced them into a retreat. Ash did not need to guess where the attack had come from. Nobunaga stood some distance behind him with a fleet of rifles hovering in the air above her shoulders. The knight did not land, instead their body turned once more and their feet hovered a full foot above the snow, turning to face the pair once more and leaning forward slightly. It was challenging enough, Ash up to his shins in snow and Nobunaga much worse from her smaller stature. The knight, who would already have been Ash's superior in height, had no such problems as they glided well over an inch from the surface of the snow, only coming down to attack him before retreating once more. It was a poor situation with a poor outcome, though the brief window granted Ash the chance he had been looking for. A roar left him, from both his lips and his sword as he swung it in a wide-reaching arc. Mana flowed through the blade, spurring the flames to act and surge forwards. A tsunami of flames rolled from his sword and directly onto the frozen ground. His vision was filled with steam as the blizzard was offset by the hiss of melting snow. The chaos flames proved the superior force by far in the climate, burning away a clearing directly in front of him while moving to embrace the flying knight. Ash did not see the flames strike, on account of the steam in his eyes, though he heard a quiet grunt and a crackle of expanding metal before the cries of the blizzard rained once more. He stepped forwards, stumbling into the now molten clearing and feeling the residual warmth of his attack linger. Splashes of water sounded out with each step he took, though he could already feel the puddles beneath him get harder and harder, on account of the temperatures now freezing them solid. The area now cleared, the knight reappeared once more. Shield in front of them and sword arm coiled back as though they wielded a spear. As if to prove the point, the knight aimed the sword with the groove on his shield, thrusting it forwards and in the direction of the saber as they approached him. Ash stepped forwards, bringing the sword above and twisting it so the point faced down. The flat of Galvatine struck the edge of the glowing weapon before it could reach him, parrying the strike away from his body. The sword twisted in his grasp, being brought back in a reverse swing towards the groove of the shield and now gripped with both hands. "Ha!" Ash cried out, his weapon struck true and the shield was pulled to the side with his strike. It would have been a foolish maneuver in any other situation. His overpowered swing had extended his body to a far more exposed position, leaning over and much too slow to reach to the sword now poised to be swung down into his back. This was not a normal situation. "Firing squad!" The exclamation of Nobunaga was accompanied by the thunderous roar of gunshots. The knight stumbled backwards as the barrage struck him in the exposed chest. A growl akin to many voices at once echoed out from the helmet. Their feet struck the frozen street with a crack. Ash reacted quickly, throwing himself forwards and slamming his shoulder into the gut of the now grounded knight. The move was accompanied by him unleashing another burst of flame from his right hand, this time proving more effective at staggering the knight further. The chaos flames washed over their armor, leaving behind a subtle glow of steel. The moment could not last forwards. Ash grunted and stumbled backwards as the hilt of the greatsword slammed into the side of his head, shoving him away from the attacker. If they had intended to pursue him, he didn't know as they swung their shield up, this time the hail of bullets ricocheting off the guard of the knight. A caw echoed out. Ash's head shot upwards as he saw a shadow blur through the sky and then crash into the archer. Nobunaga let out a shout of surprise that soon turned to a noise of alarm as they both saw the giant eagle now sitting atop the archer. The reaction from her was quick, shooting her fist up and slamming a punch into its gut while rolling away and bringing forth a rifle in her hands. The bird flapped its wings, blowing cold winds directly into the face of the archer before it launched forwards, beak snapping down against the rifle and slinging it to the side before it hissed and advanced on her. Ash made half a step in her direction before he raised his sword once more. The blue greatsword that had been aiming to bisect him crashed against the guard of the saber. The clang of steel echoed out and stopped him from making any such move. Bracing his sword with both hands, one on either end, Ash pushed the sword to the side, slamming both weapons into the ground and then swung up. His attack was met with the face of the shield, the sword bouncing off the sturdy guard of the knight as they shoved him back with a forceful push. Their own sword rose up and fell. Ash leaned back and watched as the tip of the blade just passed by the front of his helm before it struck the frozen path. Ash reacted quickly. His armored boot fell upon the sword and buried it further into ice and stone. The knight released the sword almost immediately. The resistance Ash had met crumbled just as quickly as he stumbled forwards, having put his entire body into the move, and towards the knight. The armored gauntlet vanished over the shoulder, then returned with a scythe of some variety, swinging down and towards the saber. Ash raised the back of his left arm, bracing himself as his wrist fell into the crook of the curved blade. He thrust forwards with his right arm and found his sword parried to the side by a mighty swing of the rounded shield. The knight paused, their visor brightened as their head turned around to something approaching them from behind. A flash of golden light flooded Ash's eyes. A hiss tore its way from his throat as he stepped backwards and raised his hand to block off the light. Accompanied was the telltale sound of metal striking metal. A blast of air washed over his body that almost made him fall backwards. The scythe on his arm fell away from him. Vision returned to his eyes quickly as he beheld the new arrival in front of him. Long spear in his hands, the golden light fading away to reveal the blade of the weapon more akin to a widened short sword than any traditional spear. The owner of the weapon was clad in bright white steel armor, bulked shoulder pads and breastplate, black undershirt. His short white hair rustled in the storm, face set in stern focus as he moved in front of Ash while not facing him. The sword spear twirled in his grasp before being leveled towards the now retreating knight, their crimson visor glaring at the new arrival before it fell back onto Ash, looking between the two of them and then the weapon. With a silent growl, they jumped back, the eagle flying in and taking hold of the knight as they both vanished away into the storm. The knight lowered the spear, then turned towards Ash while visibly keeping his guard up. I am Lancer, ff you found yourself an enemy of that knight, am I to assume you are of the group who will right this cursed land? Ash glanced at Nobunaga as she picked herself up, then looked at the new arrival with a raised eyebrow. So what if we were? The knight let out a visible exhale, his lip twitching upwards. Then I would be most pleased that you have finally arrived. And, yeah, we're really going off the rails now. Hello there, Sir Percival, and Sir Wilhelm aka best voice in Dark Souls 3. Sir Wilhelm, Servant, Saber, Strength, B, Endurance, C++, Agility, C, Mana, C, Luck, C, Noble Phantasm, B, Elfried, B+, Anti-Army, Max Target, 50 to 100, Max Range, 0 to 20. Sword is ignited in black fire and swung. His pledge to his lady, in environments of cold or in the presence of Lady Freed, the power of the weapon is boosted to B+. Class skills. Riding, D. Magic resistance, D. B. Personal skills. Black Hand, B. Drain mana from target gripped by it. Can also form a shield and accounts for Wilhelm's low magic resistance. By forming a shield to block physical and magical attacks. Knight of Freed, A. Massive resistance to cold-based attacks and has an advantage in naturally cold environments. Cold-blooded Hangman, A+. Strong advantage against those of evil alignment. He is an executioner still despite being a knight of the Sable Church. Unfaltering Prayer, C++. Boosts endurance while casting miracles. Vow of Silence, C. Prevents casting of spells of rank C and below. Summoning, To think I could be summoned to the service of someone other than the Lady Freed. Well, whatever the reason, there must be purpose behind this action. So for the time being, I may serve as your hangman. Dialogue 1. I wonder, what manner of soul are you to invite so many into your service, from all walks of the world and without judgment? Is it charity that compels you, or perhaps something more? Dialogue 2. My service to you is merely temporary, though we might be allies for the moment. It is only so long as I deem it so. My blade belongs to the Lady Freed, and her alone. Dialogue 3. I'm curious if you ever feel the desire to simply sit back and let the world claim you. For how long can you shoulder the weight of the world before you are crushed beneath it? No matter. Such things are the concerns of you and you alone. Dialogue 4. If you have Lady Freed. You have summoned the Lady Freed. Then there is perhaps something about you she finds agreeable. Unexpected and yet not unwelcome. Let it be known to you that my blade is hers and hers alone. That she has pledged herself to your wishes means that I am of service to you. Dialogue 5. If you have Pioneer of the Stars. I've seen their kind, time and time again. Every feeling man must be caught, every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. The title of pioneer they were is but a crutch to balance themselves upon, lost in their pursuit they are without end. One who reaches for the stars can never be content with the world as is. Peace to them is something to be spurned and risked to be welcomed, no matter the agony they bring. Dialogue 6. If you have Sanson. The work of an executioner is a bloody business. I know full well the weight of the sword swung in the name of justice. Though what is it he swings his sword for? Deliverance from sin or the relief of death. Dialogue 7. If you have Sullivan. The child of the spirits, the one born in the cold of the painting. Little wonder he sought to travel beyond our world, for one who is born with something cannot live with those who have nothing. Though he could not see the folly of his own actions, to see what he has become now, HM. Dialogue 8. If you have Ashen One. When you look at him, what is it you imagine you see? A loyal knight, a simple man, or perhaps a friend. These are but falsities. His truth is a man who cannot endure the peace of the world without the struggle of life. For him, it would be better to see the world burn than for the people to find lasting peace. Dialogue 9. If you have Jeanne d'Arc. The words of salvation will not reach one so taken with the gods, such is the truth of those born of faith. Even after death claims her, the passion of her oath remains strong. She bears her cross in her hands, motivated forever by injustice in the eyes of her religion. From the moment she took up her banner to the moment she burned for it. I ask, what worth is there in salvation that lies beyond the throes of life? Likes. That which I enjoy. What a strange thing to ask. My service to Lady Freed, perhaps something more you sought. You should watch that curiosity of yours. Hates. that which I dislike, disrespect to the lady freed and those who cannot accept the world for what it is. Wish for the Holy Grail. There is no need for something so dubious as a wish, though, for the painted world to last for the sake of lady freed. Bond level 1. Well, you seem to be a strange one, aren't you? We'll just see how far this oddity of your nature takes you. Bond level 2. You form bonds with many, do you not? I wonder why that is. Can you exist without these bonds? Are they your cross? Bond level 3. Those who live in sin and those who live in light, those who are kings and those who lived as peasants. You accept all without judgment. Why is that, I wonder? Have you the sense of morality, or is there something more to this nature of yours? Bond level 4. I believe I see it now, that which accepts all manner of life regardless of their history. Quite the soul you carry. Bond level 5. A painting made flesh, that is what you are. My words might not mean much, but I understand you now. You accept them, for that is what you are and that is what your nature is. One who forges bonds with ease, for that is what keeps them sane. No matter. You may live as you see fit, though I know you would never find a home in the painting. Birthday. You may celebrate the day as you wish, for me it is akin to any other. During an event. You can hear it, can't you? The excitement of the rabble outside. You seek to join them, do you not? Very well then. First ascension. I see, so this is ascension. How interesting. Second ascension. All for the sake of lady freed. Third ascension. Do you seek to force me into acceptance as well? This will change nothing about my pledge. Fourth ascension. So you continue to the very end. Very well. I can acknowledge your grit. If the lady freed wills it, I might offer this blade to you in reward for this service you have done me. Chapter 148. That which the past buries. Steel screamed as it struck steel, flames flowed like water and bodies raged like storms. Sullivan fought with furious precision. Every strike spoke of his long experience with a sword and more than matched the calm nature of his two opponents with his rage. His body twisted and turned between the two combatants in front of him, a parry turned into a thrust, a block turned to a shove. Every move Sullivan threw brought with it the long-held anger of a man who had long since buried his feelings of the land. Whether either of his attackers could tell his true feelings did not matter in the least. All he cared for was killing them both and leaving their bodies here to rot with the filth they so fervently protected. A blur flew in from his right side. He swung his burning sword up and crashed the hilt of the weapon into the visor of Wilhelm. The knight staggered back. Sullivan turned his attention onto his next attacker and swung down, forcing the rapier to ground as he brought his longsword forwards. He jerked his arm back and stuck the Corvian in the gut with the pommel. A pained grunt flew from the beak. Turning to a wheeze as Sullivan brought his body around and shoulder barged the thinner knight to the side. Despite their superior size, Sullivan more than matched them in sheer weight and power. The Corvians had always prided themselves on their speed rather than their endurance after all. A lesson Sullivan knew very well. He turned once more, the black sword fell upon his orange one and grinded against it. Fire raged against fire for dominance in the clash. Sullivan pulled his arm to the side, dragging with it both swords, thrusting the glowing weapon forwards and towards the head of Wilhelm. The left hand was brought up, the tip of the sword angled away as it struck the luminescent crimson barrier of the knight. Wilhelm swung the sword back around, forcing Sullivan into a sidestep to avoid being caught with the return swing. He advanced forwards and brought the sword up, the tip of the weapon just catching against the snow and melting a thin line through the pristine surface from the heat. The weapon steamed before it parted from the floor and rose up to the pontiff. Sullivan reversed his grip on the burning sword, angling it down and catching the uppercut with his blade. The longsword came up on his left side with the flat facing upwards. The rapier of Dolian struck it with a clang. The knight already thrusting the daggers towards his gut. The birch wings on his back creaked. His body willed them to move as he shot away from the pair like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of ice and snow as he gained distance. With a snarl he swung his glowing sword down as he retreated. Light rushed forth from the blade in an arc of violet light. The projectile rushed towards the pair who parted from one another and let the light fly by them without impact. Dolian reacted first, throwing forth 4 knives towards the pontiff as he hit the snow. The flat of the larger sword was brought up as a shield. The knives struck the surface and bounced off with a ting. Wilhelm charged him, closing the distance and thrusting towards him. Sullivan lashed out in return. Their weapons crashed into each other once more with enough force to render the storm silent around them. The air parted and allowed them to see one another without the blizzard consuming their sight. Time froze, the moment of the clash hung in the air like a picture for a split second. The air rushed back, they moved like lightning. Each clash brought with it another thunderous roar of steel, another crack of air and another parting of the storm in their wake. Even through the blizzard, or perhaps in spite of the blizzard, their battle reigned supreme in that very moment. Sullivan twisted his body, sweeping his burning sword up and forcing Wilhelm to backstep in order to avoid the attack. The rising slash turned to a thrust aimed at the sky. Flames screamed as they flew from the sword towards the outline of Dolian leaping through the skies towards the pontiff. In a display of acrobatics that put him well above his peers, the Corvian twisted his body like a corkscrew and allowed the stream of fire to pass right beneath him. As he moved, his left hand flew out and hurled forth another barrage of knives towards the caster. The flames from Sullivan's sword died. He would have retreated once more if Wilhelm hadn't rushed in at the exact moment the knives had been thrown. The reaction of the caster was quick. The thrust aimed at his gut was parried to the side, but the grunt of pain had already left his throat as the two of the four quilled daggers struck home, one in his left shoulder and the other in his hip. Dolian's feet touched the ground with nary a sound to be heard. The body of the Corvian tightened up as though like a spring. The sword brought up and aimed directly towards the caster. A beat. Dolian launched his body forwards, his sword arm spearing towards the caster. Sullivan pushed Wilhelm aside, bringing his left blade down in a wide-reaching swing to cut the Corvian in half. The Birdman instantly ducked his body before the swing had even come to within a foot of him. The sword came to the midpoint of the swing as the knight leaned their body back at an impossible angle. Too late, Sullivan realized the trap as the legs of the Corvian flew upwards, the knight performing a backflip and kicking him in the wrist with their taloned feet. Sullivan was forced into a step backwards, tightening his grip on his sword to avoid losing hold of it even as his arm was forcefully raised into the sky. As Dolian flipped, his left hand flew forth once more, the knives rocketed towards his body at impossible speeds at near point-blank range. Wilhelm came up behind him, already swinging down towards his body. Sullivan willed his mana to act, the indigo shade flew from his front. The knives slammed into its ethereal body and forced a ghostly wail from its mouth. He turned about face, sweeping the burning sword up in a reverse motion, catching Wilhelm off guard by the suddenness of the attack and forcing him to turn his attack into a hasty defense. The strike met black steel, the weapons ground against one another for less than a second before Sullivan forced Wilhelm skywards. The knight moved through the air like a brick, his body remaining upright as though he still stood upon the ground even as he fell back to the ground some distance from them. Dolian parried aside the slower shade. Though he had Sullivan's skill, he lacked both the speed and the power of the servant. Though it was to be expected from a mere fake crafted from magics. A grunt left the beak of the Corvian, twisting their body to avoid a thrust and responding with a spearing strike of their own. The shade stumbled as he forced the blade of his sword through their side, around the location of their ribs and twisted it. A burning sword speared through the back of the shade, dissipating it, and moving directly towards the head of the Corvian. Dolian widened his eyes as Sullivan's body followed through, destroying his own construct the moment he saw the chance to land a blow on the knight. Dolian turned his body as fast as he could, though he remained too close to avoid it completely. He remained fast enough that he did not lose his head. A pained hiss flew from his throat, turning his body further still as pain lanced through his left shoulder, the burning sword piercing through his thin armor and slicing across the ragged fabric cape he wore. The knight fell into a roll, moving through the snow and kicking off the ground to gain more distance. The attack had occurred in less than a second and Sullivan was upon him just as swiftly, the pontiff using his wings to accelerate his movements as he did so, both swords coming in from opposite sides to the arms in a scissor-like motion. Dolian threw his right arm forwards in a punch. A grinding noise met his ears as the handle of his sword struck the point where both blades met and stopped their momentum just before they could split him in half. Sullivan took a half step forwards and forced his knees into a low crouch, bringing the two of them to eye height as the weapons of the caster brightened with their colors. The Corvian became acutely aware of the burning heat of the huge greatsword on one side and the oncoming chill from the glowing sword on the opposite side. His confusion only grew. Surely the sapling was aware that he was immune to such things as the cold. His talent for cryomancy would avail him very little in an engagement such as this. The swords hissed, ice covered the glowing sword instantly while the fire of the burning sword intensified tenfold. The point at which they connected, the point at which Dolian's fist was located, suddenly shifted and screeched as the air around it wobbled for a split second. The ice of the sword shattered. Dolian felt as though his entire body had just been set on fire as a wave of steam rushed over his body. The Corvian fell backwards as pain lanced through his face, his eyes shut themselves tight in an effort to keep the burning from his eyes. Sullivan looked down at the screeching Corvian, he himself only feeling mild discomfort at the result. A very curious thing that happened when the extreme heat of the profaned flame met the soul-chilling cold of Ariandel. Who would have imagined steam being turned to a weapon? Not that the effects could be argued with. He took a step forwards, raising his burning sword up in preparation to deliver the killing blow. A crunch of snow met his ears, he whirled around expecting to see Wilhelm rushing him. His attack stopped dead in its tracks as suspicion overtook his mind, he could see no trace of anyone behind him. Yet it had been the unmistakable sound of someone moving through the snow that had met his ears. Unless, his sword ignited with brighter flames, swinging the weapon around himself in an arc. The circle of fire rolled away from his body, sweeping over the snow to pinpoint any foe that might have rendered themselves invisible. They might well have hidden their bodies from senses, but they could not hide themselves from the effects of battle. Invisibility wasn't all it was truly worth at the end of the way if the most observant warriors could work around it. He saw it, the moment the flames parted as they struck something standing in the snow. He turned his body and thrust towards the silhouette. The flames moved as the now burning individual turned their body, yet not a cry of pain rang through the air. As though the flames had little effect on them. Though he very much doubted they could withstand the kiss of steel. The snow parted, something not quite visible dragged through the layer with far more weight than he was expecting. His sword was parried to the side, his arms shook as they were thrown wide and he was forced into a step backwards, his brows rose up his forehead as he watched the shape slowly turn opaque. Sure enough, a long scythe manifested in the grasp of his latest attacker, the figure taking half a step forwards to chase down the falling caster and poised to strike him down. The eyes of the attacker locked onto him. Then they glowed a brilliant shade of blue. Sullivan felt as though he would die in the very next moment, the scythe already moving towards his body. All that he could think of. All he could say. You're not freed. It was an almost stupid thing for him to speak aloud, but he couldn't help it. After all, how could he have expected anyone else to exist in this world aside from her? A single figure walks through the ruins of a city, through the decay of the world. He kills. He kills. He kills. Everyone and everything that stands before him is cut down without hesitation, it is all for the good of the world. Or is it? His mind remains full of turmoil, the land of ice and snow haunts him still. The words of those who lived in the world of rot. When the world rots, we set it afire. For the sake of the next world. It's the one thing we do right, unlike those fools on the outside. Those fools on the outside. He doesn't know if they refer to anyone specific, but they resonate with him. The fire that is linked time and time again, the world which burns again and again, the world he will die for. How many times has this been done before? How many more times will it be done? This path he has walked, of blood and death, for how many others will this path be placed at their feet? A world of repetition, again and again. Why am I doing this? Why am I fighting for this? It's a land of rot, just as the painted world. A land of the listless and forgotten. They walk the land still, searching for something, he doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know much of anything, he realizes to himself. All those souls he has slain, all those lives he has cut short. Is this what the fate of the world is to remain forever? So, please, grant us one wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. Flame. But it is a fire that will consume this world. You will all die if such a thing comes to pass, so then why do you do that? Is it not life you desire instead? Why would you subject yourself to death? What is the reason you do this? Surely you've seen the rot that afflicts this world. But that which fooled the good father, and buried the flame. After we had all made up our minds, too. You know what this will do and you accept it. For the sake of people who you will never meet. How then is that different for the land I shall create with my death? But, it sounds different. The world on the outside, is it so wrong? I've seen it, the rot. Why is the world like this? Why does this happen again and again? Is there something else that can be done? Have we really gone so far astray? I don't understand. I just don't understand. But this world wants to die, they claim it their duty to die. I can see peace in their eyes, I see determination. He knows what he says, but he's fine with it because it is his duty. Ah, so that's how it is. Duty can really give such clarity. I'm jealous of that. He's free of doubt. The more I see the world, the more I wonder, why am I bothering to save it in the first place? The house was warm as they entered it, though neither himself nor Nobunaga had spoken a word as they made the journey. There would have been time enough for questions at a late date. That aside, Lancer had mentioned that he had other allies to speak of that would also likely wish to meet with them. You've done well enough, haven't you? Nobunaga asked as she entered the home, glancing around with a raised eyebrow before returning her focus towards the back of the tall knight. The man didn't respond for a moment, something with puzzled Ash for a brief second before he recalled that there wasn't much that could really be a response to the question. I confess that it has not been my doing in warming this house. Lancer replied after a moment, turning back around to face the two of them, a troubled frown coming upon his features as he spoke. Ash tilted his head to the side ever so slightly to demonstrate his confusion. The white-haired man, while not seeing his face, clearly noted it judging by the small crack in his features. It is a situation that is not easily explained and Ash sensed something. He hadn't felt it when he had been outside, but when he walked into the room it might as well have spat in his face. The heat of these flames was something that he could not easily forget, nor could he ever mistake the familiarity of this sensation for anything else. A chaos demon. Lancer stilled, now giving Ash his full attention and his lips curling down for a few moments. Though you might well have some experience with his kind, I would ask that you refrain from doing anything rash. The expression shifted into something more pleading. I do not ask for much, we are all allies in this situation and it would not do to sow discord amongst our already thin ranks. Nobunaga glanced between the two of them for a few moments, then shrugged her shoulders uncaringly. I don't care if he's Satan himself, as long as he's keeping this house warm and has no interest in killing me, then I will have no concerns to raise. She paused for a moment. Though if they are a servant, the question of their use beyond a radiator now springs to my mind. Lancer briefly glared at her. I shall ignore that remark as you are not familiar with their circumstances, though I would ask you refrain from making such comments after you meet with them. His eyes returned to Ash. I would insist most heavily upon it. Ash merely shrugged his shoulders. I am not one to so casually trade insults with those who have not earned them. Lancer gave him an odd look for a moment before quickly shaking his head from side to side and turning back towards the house, moving across the empty living room towards the far corner of the back room and around the corner. The duo waited for a moment before following after him. Ash noted that the temperature rose with each step he took in the direction of the heat. Beyond it, he could almost hear a hissing sound of water growing louder and louder. He briefly looked down to Nobunaga and saw a look of intrigue upon her face, something that indicated he was not alone in hearing these new sounds. Stepping around the corner, Ash moved through to what he assumed would have been a bedroom, then paused as he stared at the figure sat in the corner of the room. In an old rusted basin, a meter in diameter and at least half a meter in depth, was a child. Reddish skin to show that they had been exposed to high degrees of heat, a faint tinge of amber to his eyes and messy white hair. Though what took up most of Ash's attention was the restrained look of agony upon the young boy's face. What the heck? Nobunaga was less restrained with her commentary, doing a double take at what looked like a 10-year-old child sitting in burning water if the steam pouring out of the bowl was any indication. The archer whirled her head in the direction of Lancer and raised her brows at him, watching as he tipped in another bowl full of snow into the bath with a restrained expression. I am sorry for leaving you. Lancer apologized to the young child, sighing quietly to himself and thudding his spear into the ground for a moment. Closing his eyes, both Ash and Nobunaga felt a brief wave of something wash over their bodies, the spear twinkling with faint traces of golden light as the effect spread through the whole room. The face of the young boy visibly soothed, he fell back with a thud and coughed out twice. Thank you. Lancer paused for a moment, his brows tightening ever so slightly. My actions are only a stopgap measure, each time I leave. And each time you return, the pain leaves me. The boy assured him with his eyes closed, a smile playing upon his lips that was nothing short of euphoric. For those brief moments, that is more than enough for me to be thankful. Lancer. The amber eyes opened once more and flickered in the direction of both Ash and Nobunaga. Confusion flashed through them. Are these the ones you went out to find? In part. Lancer responded with a nod of the head to the young man, then turned his body to face both Ash and Nobunaga once more. Though there are fewer than I expected. He paused for a moment, a thoughtful look coming upon his face as he considered something. I shall assume that you did arrive here with a greater force and have since been separated on account of the storm. Neither Ash nor Nobunaga replied to him, though the man had come to their aid. Ash was still somewhat dubious as to whether he could consider the man an ally. The nature of that spear was flooding his senses with all manner of warnings. It felt as though it was a divine weapon, but at the same time there was something about it that was wrong. Though he couldn't comment upon the reasons of Nobunaga, he suspected it was because she was similarly dubious about the true allegiance of the man. Lancer glanced between the two of them before he thinned his lips. Ah, yes. I suppose it would not make much sense to reveal such information to a recently encountered stranger. He reasoned with a nod of the head. Though I did come to your aid, goodwill can only take one so far. With that said, he looked between the two of them. If I were to reveal my true name to you, would that encourage a greater degree of trust within me? Nobunaga crossed her arms over her chest. The cloak of the millwood parted slightly as she made the movement. Red eyes narrowed before glancing up at him for a moment, then returning to the white-haired Lancer. It would most certainly be something to encourage a discussion. The young boy. That is to his own discretion. Lancer responded with, I cannot force. It's fine, Lancer, the boy sighed out, hissing quietly under his breath as he adjusted himself and faced both Ash and Nobunaga, fighting back a pained grimace upon his face and each word sounding as though it was being pulled from his lungs with no small amount of roughness. I can. A cough sounded out from the boy, bright red flakes of light fell from his mouth and into the water below. Almost immediately the steam coming from beneath the boy intensified with a violent hiss of boiling water sounding out through the room. Did you just cough up lava? Nobunaga asked with a mixture of shock and amazement. Lancer sent her a look that let her know just what he thought about that comment. Probably. The coughing of the young boy died down, now breathing heavily as he pulled air into his body. Don't worry, it's usually worse than this. Right, if you say so. Nobunaga voiced back with an odd tone, looking the boy up and down before she glanced up towards Ash in a questioning manner. He responded the only way he really knew how to in this situation. He just shrugged at her. My name is Quellen. He forced the words from his lips, hoping to appear as cordial as possible, and it certainly looked an improvement from his previous attempts. Although the name did not register to him for a few moments, beyond being similar enough to the goddess Quelana and the chaos witch Quelog he had met in Rome. Perhaps there was some sort of connection. It seemed rather obvious when he considered the boy in front of him had the same feeling as a chaos demon. Son of the witch Izalith. He finished the sentence, all but confirming in Ash's mind who he was and instantly putting him on alert. His eyes narrowed behind his helmet on the boy as he looked him over. He was a far cry from what Quelog had been, looking as though he was in constant pain and with the continued pouring of what seemed to be burning liquid from his mouth. As if on cue, a small boil on his right shoulder split and more of the glowing ooze slid down his body and dropped into the water, producing another hiss. Son, Ash voiced instead, frowning now at the boy. I know of no children. To my knowledge Izalith was home of the witches. The child let out a huff, leaning back and closing his eyes. Not at all looking surprised by the answer he received from the saber. Evidently the boy was aware of his own lack of a legend surrounding him. All the same, the presence of a chaos demon was not something to be ignored in any capacity. Even if he bore the appearance of a child, any spawn of the original Witch of Izalith was not someone who could be underestimated, especially with the heat that radiated off his body in droves. And that was with Lancer actively attempting to stifle it. One could only imagine how hot the boy would burn if the efforts to smother him ceased. Don't worry about it, Quellen swallowed and bit back a sardonic chuckle. I'm not that impressive, compared to my sisters. Lancer stared at the boy for a moment longer, then drifted his eyes towards both Ash and Nobunaga. I shall follow suit then. It would not do for a knight to remain silent while a boy displays more bravery than him. He smiled at his own comment, bowing his head slightly. I am Sir Percival, Knight of the Round Table. The Round Table. Like Gareth. That brought a blink from the man. Well, certainly. Though I am surprised you brought her up first and without the formalities behind it, he frowned in thought, glancing between the two of them, unless, your tone belies a sense of familiarity with her. Mayhaps she has also been summoned as a servant. Yes. Percival smiled. That is wonderful news to hear. I'm eager to see how much she has improved. Ah, well, I suppose I wasn't there when. He closed his eyes, shaking his head from side to side. Never mind about that right now. Is she here with you? No. She remained in Chaldea. Percival made an effort to not let his disappointment show, though the effort failed judging by the discouragement in his face. Is that so? That is regrettable to hear. A friendly face would have been something most welcome, but I can settle for new allies. He replied, quickly finding his momentum once more. Has that offered you some manner of trust in me? I suppose I can offer you a token of respect for so willingly revealing your true names to me. Nobunaga declared with a confident tone of voice, crossing her arms over her chest and puffing it out, a smug aura projecting from the shorter woman. Behold, she spread her arms wide. I am the demon king of the sixth heaven, Oda Nobunaga. Quellin bit back a laugh. Percival just blinked at her. Oi. Nobunaga frowned. What is with those lackluster reactions of yours? Don't you know why is standing right in front of you? She almost glared at the two servants opposite her. For one, Percival's expression didn't change much beyond raising a curious eyebrow at her. A far cry from the reaction of Quellin, who held a hand over his mouth and started to cough, either a result of holding back his laughter or because he was trying to laugh. You think me a jester of sorts. It's not that. Quellin raised his other hand to assure her, still coughing into his right palm. Flakes of glowing light rushed out from between his lips and blew through the gap where his hand did not quite meet his lips. It's just that, I wasn't expecting a human to call themselves a demon king. I was a little, he heaved, a little surprised as all. HMPH. I do not need something as foolish as horns or a mangled face to inspire fear into my enemies. She announced with a frown, my actions speak for themselves in combat, as I am sure the knight can attest to, if he is now as familiar with my legend as I am now with his. Percival just sighed and shook his head. I can attest to her claims at being competent at the very least, if her history as a commander is any indication. He then narrowed his eyes slightly, and some of her acts might well have earned her the moniker of demon, for their brutality. Everyone deserved what I did to them, both good and bad. I suppose I am in no position to judge, having seen several such actions in the past, though I cannot claim to support them any more now than I did then. Shaking his head, he continued on with his sentence, though that does not take precedence of this moment. Right now we should be working on linking up with the other allies you speak of, if there are any others. There are. Ash confirmed with a nod of the head. Evidently they had found some manner of ground with the servants in order to facilitate good relations with them. That was fortunate enough. He didn't know the capabilities of the knight in front of him, but he could tell that both Percival and his spear were rather powerful. I am Ash of Lothric. Neither looked as though they recognized the name. Perhaps they needed more information. It came after the fall of Lordran. I know what Lothric is. Quellin explained with a wave of his hand, but I do not know anyone by the name of Ash. I am recent. All right. Very well then. Percival nodded to Ash, flashing him a brief smile before his lips straightened out once more. Now that is dealt with, we can continue on with our earlier conversation. I assume you to be split apart from your allies, yes? We are. Ash nodded his head in response. 7 arrived total, including our master. It has been some time since we have last heard from him, and there has been no attempt to make contact via the link, though our anchor in this world remains stable still. At the very least it confirms he is still alive, though I am unsure why he has not used his command seals to summon either of us. Percival thinned his lips. So I see. His left hand moved to his chin, pinching it between his fingers. The situation is far more grim than I had been expecting, though I can at least inform you as to what I have been able to deduce as of yet. He looked between the pair. I shall assume that you have seen some of the people that slumber in this land. Nobunaga nodded her head. Yeah. Most likely an effect of the reality marble we're in. Her tone was casual, as though there was no real importance in her words and she was merely stating what she thought was already known. Ash didn't know this. She hadn't so much as mentioned it to him so far. Judging by the looks of surprise on the faces of both Percival and Quellin, they didn't know it either. The three of them turned their full attention onto the archer as she glanced around the room in what appeared to be boredom. She paused, likely feeling their stares weighted upon her, and soon turned her attention to the room and jolted. What? A reality marble? Percival frowned. Are you certain of this? Considering I own one. Nobunaga scoffed, shaking her head from side to side. I would imagine I could inform you as to the existence of one. This one bears all the signs of having someone else influence the environment. Not like my own, this is far more subtle tactics. The archer narrowed her eyes. We're dealing with quite the schemer, it seems. Someone who appears to prefer to wait and hunt rather than crush their foes with overwhelming force. A thought came to Ash, the knight we fought earlier. Him. Nobunaga raised an eyebrow, frowning up at Ash as though he had said something stupid. What manner of fool servant would perform such a pitiful battle inside their own domain? Consider the fact the moment he was outnumbered he turned and ran. Not to mention that you fought him on equal footing. She pointed down. A reality marble is the very world that you lay bare, within it you are the ultimate force. If you're fighting someone and need to call in an oversized sparrow to try and win a fight, then you're not doing it right. She turned from him. Besides, the style of confrontation was all wrong. Though the knight did ambush us, his armor denoted him as being someone who can just as easily fight in frontal engagements. She paused for a moment, though we cannot dismiss anything just yet, though the servant was still far too weak, in my assessment, to be the owner of this reality marble. I have had several dealings with them. Percival announced. Most encounters were benign. I would hail him from a short distance and he would ignore me. He frowned. That was our first encounter. At first I believed him to be a servant who had been brought here along with me and was merely being cautious. I did not see him again for some time after that. Since that point, I would occasionally see their shadow moving above the city through the storm. Our second encounter was when we came to blows. I asked if he was friend or foe and he responded with an attack. If it was anything like how you encountered us, it must have been a short duel. Nobunaga grunted with a hint of mirth to her face. Percival responded with a blank stare. Yes, quite. He looked back to Ash. Our most recent encounter, well, you can attest to that one. I heard the sound of battle and rushed to investigate, where I found both you and Nobunaga here engaged in battle with the servant and his mount. I assumed them to be a rider of some variety, judging by the eagle. That would be my own guess. Nobunaga responded, then a bloodthirsty grin came upon her lips. It works well enough to my advantage. Ash noticed the slight hint of confusion upon Quellen's face and the glimmer of intrigue upon Percival. She has an advantage over rider-class servants. Something related to her noble phantasm. Ah. Percival made a face of understanding. Then again, when one considers her legend, that makes more than enough sense. I suppose you would require a clear shot in order to deal with them. Nobunaga waved her hand as an answer. I shall take that for a yes. Percival announced. We can continue on our way to our destination. Ash blinked. You were traveling somewhere. Yes. Percival nodded his head. I have spent my time here performing regular scouting expeditions to certain places. Though the layout has changed over time, the size of the city has been steadily decreasing and some of the architecture has been changing. That sounded rather concerning to Ash. Then Percival looked to Nobunaga. Though that mystery has now been answered thanks to your revelation. If this is a reality marble as you claim. He sighed. Merlin would have been a better source of information to explain such things. As it stands, my knowledge is truly limited to the point of being non-existent. All I have been instructed with is a simple definition provided by the summoning. Everything else remains blank for me. A troubled look came upon his face, then shifting into something a touch more hopeful. I do not suppose you have more information on them beyond what you have already provided. Everyone's reality marble operates differently. Nobunaga dismissed quickly. What applies to me would most certainly not apply here. Though the generation of a city is perhaps where our similarities begin and end, suffice to say this land is pretty much the exact opposite to mine. She paused as she took note of something else. You mentioned that the structures and layout of the city was changing. Landscape as well. Percival replied with a frown. Crevices have been forming where none existed in the past, some so rapidly that I very nearly fell into one had I not jumped back. Parts of the city have split apart and risen higher as though mountains now grow like flowers. The terrain remains much the same though, the strange cold that permeates the city, but at its current rate, I fear that it won't be long before the entire city is torn apart and replaced with these ruined plains. It would appear the owner is exerting their influence upon this world. Nobunaga hummed with a curious voice. Yet it is a slow process, as you say, which is a rather curious thing to describe. More than that, why go through the trouble of constructing a copy of a city? A conundrum, it seems, she stated, lowering her hands to her side and turning to Percival with a stern face. You claim to be going somewhere. You are not the first servants I have encountered here. There are other groups that were dotted around the city, though it has been a full day since I last saw them, and considering the rate at which this city changes, there are any number of disasters that could have befallen them in that time frame. Quellen gave a pained wheeze, and here I thought to be the cynical one. I believe it is the responsibility of a knight to take up the burdens of the masses, is it not? Percival replied without missing a beat, his lip tilted up in a show of amusement. Something which brought another snort to the red-skinned boy. Hey, I suppose. I shall assume you were taking the boy to your allies. Ash asked as he stared down at the child. He was still dubious about them, but the longer he stared, the more he found their existence to be something pitiable. That wasn't to truly say he cared about the well-being of the Chaos Demon. In truth, he didn't think much about seeing their condition in the least, though that was just him. He couldn't imagine them making much in the way of speed with their body like that. I was, yes. Percival nodded his head. There were several already gathered there when I had last visited, one of which was a healing servant who could provide more aid than even I am capable of with this spear. He made a show of thudding the weapon against the floorboards as he spoke. The protection of the spirit has also enabled them to maintain a stronghold there. I had been coming back to grab Quellen and take him there for sanctuary, but the storm picked up before I could make the journey. Ash frowned. There was a time where the storm was not as bad as this. These storms normally last for at least a half day. Percival replied, from what I have seen, they are accompanied by the shrinking of the city and the encroaching of the ruined landscape. I have noticed that they are slowly becoming more frequent, though the cause remains unknown to me at the moment, I am afraid. Whatever the case, we have learned something important in regard to the storm's nature. Nobunaga declared with a stern tone of voice, her hands resting on her hips as she looked back through the hallway to the way they had come. Ash watched as she thinned her lips, brows furrowing slightly in thought for a moment before her expression tapered out into a mask. You claim these are temporary, yes. For the most part, by my reckoning there is not much time left on this one. Percival informed her, I had been looking for a safe path to carry Berserker through when I happened upon the two of you. Taking the main roads is often dangerous, and while I can certainly handle myself in regards to the bird men that stalk the street. Corvians. Ash corrected, his lips being drawn into a frown behind his helmet. His speaking earned him the attention of those in the room and, for whatever reason, a grimace from Quellen as though he knew what he was talking about. Something that Ash quickly dismissed. There was little reason for one of the Chaos Ilk to know anything about the Corvian people. That is their race, the crow men who served Fried and Ariandel as their enforcers. At the very least, I know what to call them now. Percival commented with an idle curiosity before shaking his head. Though I am unsure if you have encountered them yourself yet, I would assume that you have given as though you are familiar with their names, and Fried. His brows furrowed as he spoke the latter part of the sentence. Was she their leader? Ash paused, thinking about how best to explain it. By his own reckoning, the Corvains regarded Fried to be as much some manner of divine messenger or goddess rather than simply a sister of the Sable Church, former or otherwise. As for Ariandel, that was a different matter entirely. All Corvians had spoken to him with grace and reverence, but he remained a priest of sorts. They acted on her behalf. Was the answer he decided upon. Therefore it would not be wrong to call her their leader, though she herself was certainly an opponent to be concerned about if she entered combat. A grimace came upon his face at the memory of her. The many times he had died by virtue of those twin scythes tearing his throat asunder. If the Corvians are here, then it might well be safe to assume that Fried is here as well. Which would explain our current predicament quite well. I see. The knight nodded his head up and down in understanding. It is fortunate enough that you are with us then, else we might never have come to a conclusion as to the identity of our foe. That said, he continued on, the Corvians themselves are not especially challenging opponents when fought individually. I assume them to be a summons of sorts, but they rarely attack alone. Fighting groups is something I can do easily enough by myself, but traveling with Berserker in tow and with his current inability to fight. So he's just dead weight. Nobunaga made a noise of displeasure as she glanced down at the Berserker currently sitting in a bathtub. Can you actually do anything beyond heating a room? Quellen huffed. I'm a child of Izalith. I might not be an equal of my sisters, but I can still cast flame sorceries. So you're not totally worthless then, excellent. She nodded her head in satisfaction and ignored the look she garnered from Percival at her words. Berserker as well. You seem rather sane for one who inhabits the class of the exact opposite. It's linked to my noble phantasm. Quellen explained with a moment of hesitation, it's not something that should be used. A pause, for any reason other than the most dire. If it were to be used, I would become a foe to all, even my allies. One of those types, E.H. Nobunaga reached up and rubbed her chin, giving the young boy a critical look before she shrugged and seemingly dismissed him from her mind. Are the Corvians active outside of the storm as well? Yes. Percival nodded his head, though it remains safer to travel outside the storm for the most part as well. Though I might be visible to them, they are just as visible to me, and there is something about the storm that cloaks their presence entirely. Either the nature of the environment or just because of their abilities. I do not know. So we'll have to wait for the storm to pass regardless. Nobunaga hummed in response, then exhaled and shook her head from side to side. Whatever the case, you can regale us of these allies you claim to be heading towards. I will not so blindly walk into a meeting with strangers before I know who I am speaking with. The fairy is simply known as Shielder, he has not given me his true name yet. Nobunaga made a noise, a sigh. Here, quite the surprise for me as well. Percival admitted with complete honesty, and he, she, they, were a rather polite young-looking child. Certainly a far cry from the attitude of Merlin, though it did seem a touch overbearing. He squinted his eyes in thought, then nodded once. Yes, overbearing. As though I was some manner of trinket he did not want to get damaged or a child he didn't want to see getting injured. It was a rather tough time convincing him to allow me to depart. The Demon King made a noise between disbelief and amusement. You got strong-armed by a child. It might sound odd, but they are a child in face only. A serious look overcame him, and I would not so easily make light of his abilities. The power he displayed has created the only safe sanctuary in this reality marble, as you call it. He is, quite powerful, certainly as tough as Gawain in body alone. That wiped the smile from the face of the Demon King. I see. The other one is a young boy with red eyes and golden hair. Are you a knight or a babysitter? HMF. A grunt from the person in front of her, Sullivan, heralded him forcing a door open with a shoulder barge. The person who was around her height stumbled into the room, stepping aside and allowing her entry. As she moved in, she frowned as she looked around the Spartan room. All the furniture had been removed, leaving only an empty clearing. The house itself had been a bungalow aside two other bungalows. While she hadn't been expecting all that much by the way he dragged her in such a rush, this certainly wasn't what she had been expecting in the least. But she supposed she was going to get answers at the end of the day, then heard another grunt followed by a click as the door closed behind her. Turning around, she watched as Sullivan placed the top of his staff that looked as though it had been carved from a scrap of pale white birchwood against the door and tilted his head forward slightly as if in prayer. O chill of the mother, close your arms and welcome me in your embrace. Jean could tell it was a spell. It would seem that Sullivan's penchant for sorcery remained. There was silence, then a faint luminescent light washed over the door as though someone had thrown a bucket of paint directly towards it, all rushing out from the point where the staff touched wood. The light glowed an ethereal blue before fading away, leaving behind the impression of frost growing on top of it. He stepped away from it, exhaling and turning to face her. That should keep them out. His head was hidden behind a hood, a scrap of cloth wrapped over his face and furs covering his body that looked as though they had been sewn together from several different items of clothing. Some manner of diamond-shaped metal cape was draped over his right side, parts of it jagged and crooked, which told a tale of repeated use. His undershirt was a mix of blue and black fabric, his left side patched up from what seemed to be a fur cape. His sleeves were far too large for his arms, dropping down as though he was wearing an oversized coat. At least that was the case for his left side. His right side was just his arm jutting out from underneath the scaly shoulder pad. Jean glanced at his skin and frowned. Parts of it were cut and frosted over, pale scars lining his body that looked as though parts of him had, quite literally, been chipped away. His left hand came up, reaching towards the hood and pulling down the mask over his face, letting his features spill out, then moving to the ragged hood and pulling it back. Auburn-colored hair greeted her, amber eyes stared into her own with a degree of apprehension and his lips pulled themselves into an uncertain frown. I suppose I should start with an introduction, shouldn't I? He muttered to himself. Jean blinked and tilted her head ever so slightly. There was a nervousness in his voice, coupled with his appearance as a teenager no older than herself when she died. It was something rather baffling compared to what she was used to. Not so shocked that she couldn't respond to him, however. If you would be so kind. The red-haired teen reached up, scratching the back of his head. Well, my name is Sullivan, my class is ruler, but I suppose you already knew that, right? He asked with a touch of a smile and a knowing expression. You're a ruler as well, so you probably used discernment on me, right? I did. She admitted it. Though I am not so rude as to refrain from introducing myself, she added with a light smile, my name is Jeanne d'Arc. It's nice to meet you, Jean. Sullivan greeted her with a sigh of relief. In truth, finding someone to help me at the moment is something that, I hadn't lost hope, but seeing someone like you here is just, I couldn't ask for more. What do you mean? Sullivan paused for a moment, then turned around and pointed his staff to the far corner of the room where, Jean only just noticed, there was a slight shimmer as though she was staring at the surface of water. Made all the more strange by the fact it looked to be the wooden floorboards that were rippling. It was so imperceptible that she might not have noticed it had it not been pointed out to her. It would be easier to show you what I mean. Walking across the room towards the light, Sullivan raised up the staff with his left hand and then thudded it into the surface of the distorted flooring. Jean watched as the surface cracked and faded away, revealing in its place a trapdoor. Leaning down, the ruler's servant grabbed hold of the old iron handle and pulled the door upwards with a grunt. Chameleon spell to keep it hidden whenever I leave. He stepped down into it, then paused as he looked over his shoulder. Come on. They might be a little surprised at first, but if you're with me, they should be fine. Jean frowned in slight confusion, then watched as the boy descended down the steps, his footsteps retreating. After a moment of silence, she followed after him and soon took to stepping down, raising an eyebrow at the warmth she felt radiating from the cellar and the faint glimmer of light that illuminated the passage and whatever room she was heading down towards. Sully. She paused at the voice, widening her eyes at it. Sully's back. Everyone. It was the voice of a child, perhaps no older than 6 or 7. Soon joined by a cacophony of other pleased voices, rising in volume and joy. All of them sounding very, very young. At the bottom of the short stone passage, Jean glimpsed Sullivan standing in the doorway, raising his hand up in greeting to whomever was speaking and then looking back up towards her. It's not just me, I was able to find someone who can help. She didn't take long to move down the stairs after he said that, all but leaping down and into the small room. Her eyes widened as she beheld the sight in front of her. The room was fairly cramped, around half the size of the room it resided above. The walls were black and covered in what looked like a thin layer of fungus. A lantern hung above her head with a small flame sitting in the center of it, lighting up the room and providing a trace amount of heat. That wasn't what caught her attention. What caught her attention was what was inside the room itself. 8 children. 3 boys and 5 girls of varying ages, the youngest looking to be around 4 while the oldest looked to be 10. They were dressed in ragged clothes, grime and muck covering their faces and some of them looking rather skinny, and all now looking at her with no small sense of awe. It didn't take a genius for her to determine that these were beggar children. Jean. Sullivan's voice broke her out of her shocked stupor, turning to him in surprise and seeing him with an uneasy smile as he gestured to the group. They are the reason I need help. Jean stared at him with wide eyes, then turned towards the group of children standing in front of her, bundled together in a cramped cellar that was barely large enough to fit them all in. What is? Like I said, Sullivan sighed, it would be easier to show you, though I suppose I can now explain it, can't I? But first. He leaned his staff on the wall in the corner of the basement, then reached across to his right side and unlatched something from under that ragged black cape and pulled it out. A small leather back with a drawstring pull, something he quickly undid and revealed the contents. I managed to find what I could, Tom. He looked at one of the children, the oldest one with black hair and a rough-looking face, a couple bruises upon his skin. The 10-year-old perked up ever so slightly, a serious expression on his face. I got it. All right. Sullivan nodded to him in relief, pulling out several rolls of hardened bread and handing them towards the children. Please share them out, I need to speak with Jean about something, all right? He asked with a smile, getting nods of affirmation from the children who stared at him with wide eyes and some with missing toothed grins. He turned to Jean, the smile dissipating from his face slightly as he gestured back to the stairwell. I'm sure you've got questions. Quite so. And Sullivan Lily with those amber eyes and auburn hair. And the son of Isliath who is in constant pain. How odd. Welcome to the madhouse. Ceaseless discharge. Quellen. Servant. Berserker. Strength. DX. Endurance. DX. Agility. D. Mana. CA+. Luck. E. Noble Phantasm. X. Endless Mutation, the eternal agony that never stops burning. X. Anti-unit max target. 1. Max range. 0. The continuous mutation of the ceaseless discharge. Once this noble phantasm has been activated, there is no stopping it. The discharge will continuously grow in size and mutate, all the while suffering tremendous agony, until he reaches the point where he stops. However, all the while he will experience a significant boost to his physical parameters and his madness enhancement. Class skills. Madness enhancement. EA. Scales with NP. Demon of Isilith. EA+. In their base form, the rank is negligible. However, at 8+ rank then the discharge will receive equal benefits to divinity, as well as a boost to their mana stat. Scales with NP growth. Personal skills. First of the demons, A++. He is the first demon, warped by chaos rather than born by it, but a demon he remains. His outer skin is very resilient to flames, his inners are a different story though. Ceaseless discharge. D. He will continually generate burning chaos from his body. This generation causes him tremendous agony that will never cease. Horrific that he can often maintain a straight face while experiencing such visceral body horror. However, if he were provided with his ring, then such agony could be averted, or another ring that provided the same effect. Chaos touched. CA+. He is touched by chaos and thus can expel it from his body in great bursts of fire. The rank of the attack scales with his mana stat and NP. Sage of the Witch. C. Minor understanding of the flame sorceries, but it is limited. Exceedingly so. His mother never taught him much, but he has enough knowledge to fight with. Summoning. H. Hello. Servant. Berserker. I'm Quellen of Isilith GRRGH. Sorry, it's nothing to worry about. I'm not much of a fighter, but I can help you out if you need it. Dialogue 1. My coughing, I just had that since I was born, but it wasn't always this bad, don't worry about it. Dialogue 2. Sorry if I'm a bother, putting up with my chaos must be a drag. Dialogue 3. I don't know about master or servant, but helping someone sounds good. Dialogue 4. If you have child servants. A lot of children around here, aren't there? Well, I suppose if I can be here, it would make sense they can. Dialogue 5. If you have Quailog. Hello, big sister, you're looking well. Me, I'm Fin Ak. Sore right, I'm used to it, so you don't need to worry about me like you used to. Dialogue 6. If you have Quailana. Sometimes I feel this comforting presence around me, but when I turn around, it's strange, but it feels like my big sister. I know she's here and she might not want to face me, but I'm happy that I know she's around. Dialogue 7. If you have Atalanta. I feel bad for the woman with cat ears, she always gets this troubled look when she sees me and knows there isn't anything she can do. She shouldn't worry about it though, I'm used to the pain. Dialogue 8. If you have Okita Soji. You have one of those as well, right? A bad cough, I suppose mine is worse, but we can be cough buddies or something, right? Dialogue 9. If you have chosen undead. I have a dream sometimes, of a person who walks through my home when I'm not there. They fight a monster in a lot of pain and with a lot of anger. I don't know what the monster felt towards the end, but I think there was relief. I think they missed someone and were happy they wouldn't miss them anymore. Likes. What do I like? Well, I wasn't like my sister with their pyromancy, but I'm good with making clay, aren't I? Hates. I don't like my noble phantasm, it's just, sorry. I hate it. Wish for the Holy Grail. Wish. I just don't want to be a burden on my sisters. Bond level 1. I'm not being a burden, right? Sorry, I'm just not all that good in fights is all. Bond level 2. You're taking me out to fight better. Thanks for taking a chance on me, I don't want to be a burden. Bond level 3. My noble phantasm, I don't really want to talk about it, it's not very pleasant to think of. Sorry. Bond level 4. I think I'm getting the hang of HRGH, sorry, forgot myself for a moment there. Bond level 5. I am grateful you gave me a chance. I think that if the time came I would, never mind. I think that's something to worry about later. I don't think I'm much of a burden anymore. Birthday. Your birthday. Congratulations. That's something mortals celebrate, right? During an event. An event, want to check it out. First ascension. This power, this tingling burn, I see. Second ascension. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. As long as I'm not a burden it's all fine. Third ascension. My skin looks bad, don't worry about it, it always looks like that. Fourth ascension. I lied, sorry. It burns worse than ever before but I can power through it. I can fight through this pain to help you. Chapter 149, The Charity Case. I found Tom first. Sullivan explained to her as they both ventured towards the ground floor once more, leaving the children in the cellar to share the bread amongst one another. Jean had no illusions about the quality of the food but the orphans looked as though they had precious little choice in what they were able to eat. As it stood, they got what they got and that was the end of it. He was protecting his little sister Rose when I came across the pair of them. A troubled frown came upon his face. I hadn't been around long, it was just the pair of them huddled away in the back of some alleyway and covered in snow. They'd all but lost hope when I stumbled upon them. Reaching up, he rubbed his temples and let out a sigh. In truth, I hadn't even been searching for anyone in particular, it was just a case of finding someone and they just happened to be the first. And so you took them with you. I was most certainly not going to leave them there in the cold. Sullivan quickly replied with his hand coming away from his face, expression awash with indignation as though he'd found the sentence personally offensive to him. Hastily raising her right hand, Jean made a show of peace as she waved down his concerns, watching as the emotion faded away from his face. I did not mean to offend, she searched for the right words she could use to explain it, I am in awe of the speed at which you decided to help them. Was it truly as soon as you laid eyes upon them? Naturally. Sullivan replied without missing a beat, offering her a knowing smile, in much the same way I assume you would have rendered assistance to the pair of them. The smile cracked slightly, his amber eyes glancing to the side with a touch of pain to them. Besides, I know the chill of Oriental better than any other, I wasn't prepared to see them succumb to the cold of this world. Jean opened her mouth, then closed it again. Once more, the history of Sullivan was alluded to with this place but it wasn't important, not truly. Especially considering it seemed more personal than she might have had right prying into having only met him less than 10 minutes ago. Which one was Rose? Short girl, little scar under her right eye. Sullivan explained, making a show of pointing to his own eye for point of reference. Wearing the ragged gray shirt that's a couple sizes too big for her. Blonde hair. She called you Sully. Hey. A touch of a smile came upon his face, his cheeks dusting with a faint trace of red. Suffice to say that she's become rather taken with me, though I suspect the same would be true if anyone gave her warmth, clothes, food and a spot of kindness. He gave a sigh, glancing towards the trapdoor behind her. While I am certainly glad I was able to bring her spirits up, I'm troubled it reached such a point where only one of the dead could do something like that. Another pause, then a shrug. Well, as long as she can still smile and move around in this cold then I am going to relish each moment of it. Jean let out a breath, her features softening, that is a very noble attitude for you to have, Sully. Sully raised an eyebrow at her, crossing his arms over his chest. Am I giving you a nickname as well now? It's not that, it is simply. You need a way to differentiate me from him. Right. Sully's features went blank, his voice toneless and his head jerked in the direction of the door they had come through. Jean fought back a wince at the sudden reaction, leaving it with no doubt in her mind that there was precious little love lost between Sully and Sullivan, though it would not be the first time someone looked poorly upon what they became. She knew that Giles would be disgusted with what he became if he ever saw it, she believed that at least. The man she knew. I'm fine with that, Sully quickly assured her, though I'm sure you can imagine I'm not going to speak about him. Not if it can be helped. His lip curled down slightly and his eyes turned to the floor. It's not something I would be comfortable with discussing, and it doesn't really relate to our time at present. Jean remained silent for a moment, then nodded her head. Is that why you saved me and left him behind? Sully didn't reply to her for a moment, then shook his head from side. No, I would have saved you both if I was able. But my relationship with the denizens here is troublesome to say the least. He sighed, uncrossing his arms and falling back slightly, leaning against the wall and thudding the back of his head against it. They know I'm around, but I've kept to myself enough that they have elected to ignore me for the most part. But, Sully nodded his head, but that's already more or less broken now. I had hoped that I could have thrown up a blizzard and snatched the pair of you away into safety while you were fighting Dolian. He can move through the cold easily enough, but he know that fighting me would be troublesome, so he'd have broken off. A beat, then a sigh, but then Wilhelm showed up, and that, I didn't prepare for that. Jean frowned. The caster I traveled with knew him. Well, I'd imagine so. He taught me the basics of swordsmanship when I lived in Ariandel. Sully explained with a shrug of the shoulders. He was good, so I know a little bit about fighting without spells, but I'm certainly not as good as the other me. He chuckled. The birch staff I'm running around with speaks for itself, I suppose. I see. Jean nodded her head up and down in understanding. It made enough sense to her considering his physical appearance. He would have been from a much earlier point in time than Sullivan, and even if he was a ruler, his physical parameters were certainly inferior to hers, though she wasn't to accuse him of being weak. He'd managed to save a good deal of people, the only conscious people he had seen so far, and kept them safe. I assume you drifted and discovered the other children. Sully nodded his head once in confirmation. At first it was Tom and Rose. I had to use my spells to keep the cold at bay to protect them. I'm not sure if you know, but the cold around here is. It affects the minds, makes them despair. Jean gently cut him off, raising her hand. Sue Castor was able to deduce that much, though he claimed it to be false. Akin to taking paint onto a canvas. A trick of the mind. I suppose that is one way of looking at it, but it's a bit more than that. Sully explained, though perhaps this is because it's my home, I know it better than he does. It is forcing despair onto people and making them apathetic to the world around them, but it struggles when it comes to painting new despair. He smiled softly. People need to lose something first, or already be experiencing some manner of despair, for the world to take hold. Jean widened her eyes. Then the children. Tom was still holding out hope for the sake of his sister, and Rose put all her faith in her big brother. Sully remarked with a pleased chuckle, lips curled into an amazed smile. It was incredible, the amount of strength that the young children had in themselves and each other. As for the other children, I found them in more or less the same locations. Timmy has a crippled leg, so he'd been struggling to get around. Mike is a bit too young and just thought it was a little cold. Protected by innocence despite experiencing such hardship. Jean widened her eyes ever so slightly. Truly, the perseverance of a child is incredible. Incredible, but for every Rose and Tom I found, there were a dozen more lying half buried in the snow. Sully lamented, biting his lip and putting on an expression of annoyance, though it was directed towards himself more than anything else. I grabbed who I could as I went, eventually finding this place with a basement, and I bundled them all in there. Used what little knowledge of magic I had to keep them warm and disguise the entrance to the place. I assume you did so whenever you would leave. I've been walking around in the storm finding what food I can. The ruler explained with a troubled shrug. Breaking into the homes and stealing from those who live there might strike me as being cruel, but I would prefer to prioritize those who can still yet move. Perhaps that is my first compromise on everything. He shook his head. Those people have already lost something that made them accept this world. I would prefer not to be the cause for them to lose any more, even if they are not aware of what I am doing to them. You remain so troubled to steal to keep them alive? Jean asked in surprise, then she tilted her head to the side. I am surprised to see how greatly you can be affected by the mere act of stealing a few loaves of bread. Perhaps, but I think that's where it starts. Sully sighed, reaching up and massaging his temples. First I steal bread and then it gets to stealing more and more. By the end of it I've stole enough from someone that they might eventually turn into the very people I'm trying to help in the first place. He glanced up at her, lowering his hand slightly, if that makes enough sense to you. It does, and your motives make sense to me. She paused, turning side on to Sully and gesturing towards the open trapdoor. But for the time being, perhaps it would be better if you focused on the smiles of the people you can see before you, rather than the lamentations of those who you shall not see. It might be cruel to consider, but the children down there need you, do they not? Yes, I suppose they do. Sully admitted with a half-hearted smile. I suppose it must be strange for me to confess these troubles to you over the course of a single conversation, but I've been concerned with it ever since I began. Perhaps I just needed to say it out loud. I suspected the children wouldn't have been quite so. He paused, rolling his hand in a circle as he thought of his next sentence, reflective of my words, and would have been quick to dismiss the people they didn't know in favor of those they did. I will not make claims as to whether they would or would not, but I am not ignorant to the nature of humanity. It is probably more natural to be worried for the safety of your friends and family rather than those of complete strangers. Jean felt a self-deprecating smile upon her face, though I might not be the best to comment upon such things, as I regard all lives the same, whether they be friends or enemies. Sully made a noise in response, then held his fist before his mouth and cleared his throat. That aside, it brings me to the original point of why I had hoped to save both of you. The city is shrinking and I needed aid to move the children. He frowned. In truth, I had walked out on the hope that I would not have been the only one here who would be willing to save them rather than leave them, so when I stumbled upon the two of you, I reacted and made to save you. The expression shifted into something akin to apprehension, but my actions aren't unknown. She knows what I've done and she won't be ignoring me anymore. I could get away with saving one or two children because she was confident they would eventually fall to the cold, but now that I've saved you, I have all but declared active rebellion against this world and she'll be coming to kill me. Jean tensed up. Who do you speak of? The one who controls this world, who has made this a copy of the Painted Lands. Sully exhaled. We're standing in a soul made solid. Painted land. Cold made comforting. He glanced away from Jean. It's a reality marble, I believe is the term that you use in this world. Every soul who ever existed in the painted world of Ariamis and when it became Ariandel is here. The owner is a goddess or minor one. I'm aware of her at all times, and because I was technically summoned by her, she is aware of me. Jean took a half step backwards. Wah. Though she technically summoned me, I'm still in the ruler class. Sully explained to Jean before she could panic. It's mainly because I used her control of the Holy Grail to summon myself in this land. It's really something I could only achieve here, but I had to try for no other reason than because I couldn't be sure anyone else would be here. I might have put my body into a servant class, but she is still the one I was summoned on behalf of. A pause. That likely makes precious little sense, but I am an ally. She won't exert her control over me because that isn't in her nature. Though she will come to kill me, I could already feel her approaching when I found you. Combined with Wilhelm, there was little chance we would have stood against her. What about? He'll have escaped, most likely. He knows how to use the world in much the same way as me, and the moment he lays eyes upon her he'll know how dangerous she is. You have not yet spoken her name. Jean inquired with a tilt of the head. Wait. She won't control my actions, but letting loose lips is still something she won't tolerate. The Auburntine nodded his head up and down in grim understanding. Because I was summoned after she had already passed, I don't know anything about her, and whatever information I would have known about her was kept from me. So all I know is that the one who rules this world is a goddess and that she's powerful, but everything else, I'm afraid I would not be much help. Quite the contrary, Jean assured him, loosening her posture and giving her fellow ruler an approving nod of the head. I would say you have been a tremendous boon thus far. With what you have achieved and with what you have told me. Information to grant you or not, that does not change my original intention in asking for your aid. Sully replied with a shake grunt, though his lip did twitch upwards at her comment. His eyes darted to the side to avoid actively looking at her. I need to move the children once more, even with the Corvian knights patrolling this land and with Wilhelm performing the bidding of the goddess, there is still the matter of other servants who yet reside in this world. Clearly there is another individual at play. Jean blinked, then tilted her head. You are certain of this? Speculation at best, but the influence of this land is far more subdued than it otherwise would be. He explained with a wave of his hand, and there is, I cannot explain it well, it feels as though something has been sending out messages to me. In the brief moments of reprieve I've had dreams. He saw the raised eyebrow, then sighed and reached up to palm his temple. I am aware of how it sounds, but I find myself in a grove of pale trees, their branches close in around me, but there is not a trace of maliciousness. Nor is it like the embrace of this world, it feels more disconnected. How so? I cannot explain it well enough, in truth. Sully rubbed his head, expression scrunched up in thought, but all the same, I know there is someone out in this land calling to me, and I feel a sense of kinship with them. You are certain it is not a trap? If I was, I would have taken the children there long ago. I required help in the event it was a trap. Giving a hollow chuckle, he returned his eyes to the woman, hence why I would have been tolerant to my other self. I know just how capable he is. Though who can tell where he is now? Regardless, I would understand if you did not so willingly wish to follow me. At best, if it is a trap, the children will not be killed, I would hope at least. He grumbled the latter part under his breath. I see. Jean gave a grim nod of the head. I am not one to ignore prophetic visions either. With precious little else we might work with, it seems we must follow the dreams that plague your mind. Though I am not sure where you expect them to lead you. The dreams show me a tower, distant and tall. A bell rings each hour, it sits near a lake of ice and trees. I believe I know the location you speak of. Good, for the environment is beyond my understanding. This world does not usually look like this. There exist far more fields and far fewer buildings. Crossing his arms once more, he glanced at the trapdoor. I would advise waiting a few hours till the storm passes, then moving through the clear lands. We will be more easily spotted, but I will not chance the lives of my wards through the blind hope they do not lose their way in the storm. The saint nodded her head up and down, a troubling situation, and one without an easy solution to be made. Thinning her lips, she put her weight on her right side and furrowed her brows. How certain are you that they will not harm the children? In truth, blind faith. Sully shrugged, snorting to himself as though he had said something amusing. I believe the goddess will not so willingly shed blood in this world. We remain the sole exceptions because we seek to tear it down, but the children are still those who can be shown salvation, as it was so eloquently described. His lip curled, a flame of disgust burned in his eyes. Not that I would ever refer to such a state of being as being saved. Rather it is one that you must be saved from. He glanced back to the trap door. We should return to the children, they will need to know that we are moving once again. I'll let them get what little sleep they can before we begin the journey. By my count we should have an hour or so left with this storm before we can depart. I did not know the storms ended. Each storm heralds the destruction of this city. The world of the painted lands closes in on us inch by inch as the storm lasts, with fewer and fewer minds presenting the image of what this city is. More of the land will be lost to the frozen wastes. Scratching his chin, Sully muttered, if I were to say, they were comfortable with the familiar land of the City of London, so that is what this world presented. But they are starting to accept the painted world as their comfort. Therefore the presence of the world expands, or perhaps it would be more fitting to say that it shrinks. Jean surmised with a frown, I see. Turning her head to the trap door, her lip twitched upwards, would you be so kind as to introduce me to the children? I believe it would be best for me to get to know them, especially if we are to be traveling companions. Sully chuckled, I suppose I could do such a thing. Besides, they will be pleased to see another adult they can look to for support. I'm not sure how supporting I can be. You'll find their criteria for a supporting adult to be shockingly low, to a point where I am rather concerned for this land. Sully sighed, stepping off the wall and walking past Jean towards the descending staircase. The mere fact I gave them a few rolls of crusty, stale bread was enough for them to believe me as someone who could be trusted. I know the sting of the cold as well as they, perhaps that is why they latched onto me as such. A single light in the dark can be as blinding as the sun. Such is the power of hope. So you've been here this whole time. Oog. Wow. Ritska hummed to himself, nodding his head up and down at the response he received from the red-haired girl to his left, turning his head back to the desk in front of him and looking over whatever was in front of him. He didn't understand half of what it was, and the half that he did understand was in a vague sense of him going, I'm sure this is important, and very little else. So what did you normally do to pass the time? You know, hobbies. He clarified with a wave of his hand, glancing towards the undead creation once more, tilting his head slightly. I don't know if I'm prying or not here though, so feel free to let me know if you don't feel like answering anything. He just got a blank stare in response. I guess not then. Thinning his lips, he considered what he was supposed to say in response. You remind me a lot of one of my friends. He paused, recalling what Arash had said about a certain blonde-haired saber. Well, he doesn't think of us as friends, but I like to think we are, so it's that. Or we're on friendly terms. That might be better. He chuckled, but yeah, he doesn't do all that much either and likes to speak when it matters. He's a little opinionated, but I think that he means well. He's just a little confused about everything is all. He continued on, then paused to consider why that might be. Drumming his fingers on the table as he considered everything he knew about the saber and then nodding to himself. Actually, it's probably more than he's just not used to anything that we normally do here. Like he just hasn't gotten to experience any of it, so he doesn't see the point in it. I personally don't see the point in your continued insistence on flapping your gums. As expected, Castor could no longer contain his annoyance and openly berated Ritska for his attempt at small talk. Not that he was all that surprised or bothered by the irritation of the caster, it just meant that the servant was at least paying attention to what he was saying rather than ignoring him. What's wrong? Ritska turned to the ghostly visage of the servant and raised an eyebrow. It's not like there's anything wrong with speaking to her, is there? You expect to make sense of grunting noises. Castor curled his lip, eyes dancing between the pair of them before scoffing. Can you truly understand what she is saying? I mean, I can't understand the grunts, he admitted without hesitation, something that earned a noise from the girl, though his next words were quick to placate her. But I feel as though I can understand the general thoughts she puts into what she's saying, so it might not be a traditional conversation, but it's a conversation nonetheless. Castor's only response was to pinch the bridge of his nose. Your obsession with this aside, you're dawdling once more. Resume your work and we might be able to locate your allies before the end of the day. Lowering the hand, the servant pointed towards the desk and the crystalline circle that had been placed upon it. Ritska had found the power of a servant really quite something, not least of all because he'd just had to focus his energy and he'd been able to construct that. It wasn't very easy and Castor said that was around the limit of his abilities, but it was still incredible for someone like him to be able to do that. Right, so how does this work again? Ritska's eyes danced between the crystal the size of a dinner plate in front of him and the caster, the latter looking slightly annoyed at the question. I heard what you said, but how is it a map if it's blank? Because we shall inscribe it with the knowledge obtained from the familiars of the miracle girl. Ritska blinked. That's a really nice thing for you to say. You simpleton, she's a living miracle. The entire branch of magical craft is related to the stories and legends of time being made into a more tangible form. The girl is an accumulation of legends and is therefore a miracle. Castor snapped at him with no small amount of indignation. Ritska felt his lip twitch into an awkward smile. He should have figured Castor wouldn't call someone that. I shall present the knowledge of the miracle to the forefront of my mind, and into yours. From which all you will be required to do is focus our magical energy onto the disc. The crystal will compose the necessary information and, Castor cut himself off, staring directly into Ritska's eyes with an utterly blank expression. The reason Castor was looking at him like that was probably because the servant realized that he didn't understand a whole lot of what was being said to him. Which probably meant one of two things: he was either going to dumb it down for him to be able to understand, or he was going to insult him and just command he did as he was told. More evidence to the claim that even the dumbest of animals can learn if an event occurs often enough for them to recognize a pattern. Castor replied with an annoyed curl of his lips, then pointed his translucent hand towards the crystal. Just perform the task I have instructed of you. Fine. Sighing to himself, Ritska held his right hand over the disc and closed his eyes. It was a strange thing to suddenly have a myriad of thoughts that did not originate from you spring to the forefront of your mind, Ritska imagined to himself. That being said, the thoughts were not as foreign as he imagined they should have been. Despite just coming to him without prompt, they felt as though they belonged there. He wondered if this was how Mash felt whenever she used the abilities of whatever servant had offered her their powers. His arm felt tingly, the tips of his fingers started to go numb and his muscles ached as though he had been working out for too long. Beads of warm sweat trickled down the side of his forehead, his lips twitched as he started to feel the effects of using the abilities of a servant. As weakened as they were, it was apparent they were taking a toll on his body. He was sure that Castor noticed it as well, though with his eyelids clenched shut he wasn't aware of the expression the servant was making. He could feel his head starting to heat up, as though he'd been sitting next to a radiator for too long. Enough. The voice of the caster came as a relief. He exhaled and took a half step backwards with his eyes opening up once again. Making a small noise as he felt his back hit something other than empty space. Glancing to his left he saw that the red-haired girl was standing by his side, extending her left arm out to stop him in the event he fell backwards. He exhaled, flashing her a thankful smile that she responded to with a grunt of affirmation. Looking to Castor, he would have given the servant a smug expression save for the fact the servant wasn't looking at him. Instead they were staring down at the disc on the table with an unreadable expression. Raising an eyebrow, Ritska approached the table once more and looked between the two of them. Sure enough, there were now glowing blue lines on the disc. They had been arranged into a pattern that almost looked like. It is a map of the city we reside in, though some of the details are difficult to discern. Castor stated before he could even finish the thought. I will not let such stupid thoughts pass through your mind and irritate me. We are staring at a map of this, London, though the longer I gaze upon it, the more I begin to question the existence of it in the first place. That brought a raised eyebrow to his face, placing his hands on his hips and staring at the caster in surprise. What are you saying? The miracle told me that this land was similar to the reality marble she is in possession of. Or similar in the sense that they both influence the mind of whomever is trapped within this world. The city of London is nothing more than a figment constructed in this false world made to influence the perception of the foolish and ignorant into believing this is a city lost in the tundra, as opposed to a realm unto itself. Reality marble, He remembered what they were from that time in Rome, though the details were still a little fuzzy to him. It is a world that resides within the soul of an individual. Or rather it is the mental image of their body brought forth into the world through great clarity. I must offer credit where it is due. To so cleanly visualize your mental landscape and turn it from fiction into fact is not a feat to be scoffed at. Though the end result leaves much to be desired. So we're in a fake world. This world is no more fake than the one you live in, it is merely that the buildings are illusions of the mind. How come I'm hearing about this now? You did not even have the basic inklings of what a reality marble was. Informing you of our predicament and the true nature of this world would be akin to informing an infant of the complexities of sorcery. Geez, Castor, why don't you tell me what you really think? Castor didn't even look at him after he said that, Ritska being left with a strong feeling of exasperation that most certainly didn't originate from him. If it were any other situation, the master felt confident that he would have most definitely been receiving the silent treatment for the better part of the rest of the day. Yet there is something that eludes me thus far. Instead he just ignored what he said entirely, pointing towards the map once more and towards the large section of the area that seemed to be utterly devoid of detail at all. A single blank circle. Ritska furrowed his brows slightly. Did I miss? To imply that would be to say there was a fault with my knowledge. I will not entertain your belief in fantasy. Castor replied without missing a beat. He personally found it incredible that the servant could say something so amazingly arrogant without actually sounding arrogant in the least. He made such a declaration as easily as he would have told someone the weather after staring out the window. The method of analysis was directed through the wind currents outside. With the storm being as powerful as it was and covering every inch of this land, there was nowhere the wind would not travel. Ritska pointed at the map, except there. Clearly. The caster made a noise, which means that location is home to either something that the owner of this land intends to avoid, or another has managed to create a territory within this bounded field. The apparition moved to cup his chin, scratching it while his eyes narrowed. Something which strikes me as incredible and concerning. How so? Imagine you are god of an entire world. Nothing happens within this land without your knowledge and permission. Even this city exists as a mere result of your whims. Castor glanced at him from the corner of a glowing eye. Imagine the source of your powers is a receptacle of magical energy which will allow your world to last for an eternity. He raised a single finger. Now imagine that one of those outsiders you dragged into your world through mere happenstance, has the power to take a portion of your world and make it their own. Even if only in a small part. I see the problem. Good. Because even I at the height of my power would not be capable of creating a complex bounded field within this world. He declared with absolute certainty, a spell to prevent the cold from entering is a simple enough feat, one which allows me to assert my own dominance over the owner. No. So that means that either it's something the person who owns the reality marble wants, or it is someone who does not belong and has long since outed themselves as hostile to them. My influence cannot penetrate that barrier from this distance, and I have little doubt the owner is well aware of this blank smudge upon their soul at present. Turning away, the caster floated through the table towards Ritska, passing through the wood without even registering it and already losing their outline as they did so. You out of mana. Blame your own weakness. I can only accomplish so much in the form of a common human. Even as he said that, berating Ritska for something he couldn't help in the first place, the master still flashed him a thankful smile, raising his thumb in a show of praise towards the caster. Something that earned him a roll of the eyes in response. It's enough, we at least know where we're supposed to go now, right Fran? He turned to the undead girl at his side, crossing his arms over his chest and maintaining his smile. Yua. The red-haired girl froze, staring into his eyes from behind her bangs with a clear expression of surprise on her face, her head tilted to the side slightly as she seemingly looked him over with clear bafflement. Though Ritska was more certain it was due to her suddenly being named something from him. Sorry if I overstepped. He apologized to her, raising his hand slightly and wincing. I just didn't know if you had a name, so, do you have a name? NNH. A shake of the head. That was good, it meant he could actually give her a nickname without feeling guilty. Fra N. The girl parroted back to him, her manner of speech was broken and certainly sounded as though she was forcing each and every syllable out of her mouth. Ritska crinkled his brows ever so slightly, his lip pulling down. Not in annoyance directed towards her, but more in the fact that she couldn't speak all that well and it sounded as though she might actually be hurting herself when she did. Fran. She continued on, croaking the name again and again before she eventually stopped, turning her head to him and nodding once. Fran. You all right with that? Ritska raised his eyebrow at him. It's not very inspired, so I can probably come up with something better for you if you give me the time to. Fran. Still sticking with Fran. Oog. Another nod of the head, this one rather fierce. All right then. Raising his hands in surrender, he knew when he was beaten. Not quite able to keep the chuckle out of his throat as he walked around the girl. Come on, Fran. We're gonna tell the others that there is a plan in place. Sort of. This is your bold strategy. As expected, Lou was certainly a voice of countenance to the initial plan. Or maybe not quite against it as much as he was personally dubious about it. Ritska couldn't really tell all that much, but he figured that the knight just wanted to make sure of everything being in order before he committed to it. He couldn't fault him with that, if he was correct in assuming that. The larger man crossed his arms over his chest, helmet tilting slightly to the side. I had not expected much when you vanished into the library with Castor in tow, but even when you return with tidings, I still find them wanting. Pulling his left arm away from his chest, he gestured towards Ritska. Do you not have more to speak of than this location simply being a land beyond the sight of this land's master? At the moment, not really. He wouldn't even attempt to argue otherwise, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head from side to side. Despite that, he didn't look away from the knight, even on account of the height difference between the two of them. But since I got here, everything that I have been told is telling me this land is more or less something that not many people can figure out quickly. Raising his hand, he jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Castor said that anyone who could carve out their own little pocket of land in a reality marble when the owner is supported by a Holy Grail is someone who has declared themselves an enemy of the owner. Especially if the influence of the cold doesn't reach them, it sounds like a sanctuary to me. A shared enemy does not make an alliance. Lou responded evenly, then turned his head towards the gothic figure of Nursery Rhyme, but I am no expert on matters involving souls. What do you make of this, Lady Rhyme? Castor is not wrong when he speaks of the difficulty in such a feat. Nursery nodded her head up and down, it fell in line with what Ritska had heard and it made sense to him. Creating a world out of yourself sounded pretty hard already and would likely make you fairly powerful inside it, or at least you'd know what goes on. And if the absence of the owner's influence is as great as Castor states it to be, then we can be assured this place remains one of the few safe locations in this world. Despite saying that, Nursery's face soon shifted into a troubled frown. Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Ritska. I mean safe in the sense it makes whomever is responsible safe from the reality marble's owner. Perhaps not as safe as us, and I cannot begin to imagine how strong you would need to be to accomplish this. What do you mean? It is possible to combat a reality marble with another reality marble, but it would turn into a shoving match. A cute frown came upon her face, raising one of her mechanical arms and placing an index finger on her chin. It would be like the three little pigs. The winner is the one who remains standing at the end. So it's just who has more magical energy. Yes. If I tried to manifest my reality marble, it would not even achieve form before it was crushed into nothing. The frown shifted into a saddened expression. I'm sorry about that. I'm not mad, or anything, Nursery. So it basically means that whatever this is either the owner, in which case, great, we found where the enemy is, or it's someone who isn't affiliated with the owner because they're cutting off the influence of the world. Or they are an extension of our foes' will, granted land within this domain in the same way a lord grants territory to their vassals. Lu was quick to speak up, throwing in a new possibility with a grim tone of voice about him, something that had Ritska blink as he didn't consider it. As I said, we cannot be too quick to judge, and we understand very little of the outside world beyond the intermittency of storms and the presence of avian nights. Placing his hands on his hips, Ritska let out a sigh. I'm honestly stuck on what else we can do though, he remarked. Because he truly was at this point, being left with two options he could see, and neither one of them could be considered very good, or at least they both had their downsides. Raising his hand, he brought up his index finger. We either investigate the strange location and see what is going on, he brought up his middle finger, or we go walking around the city and looking for my allies without the first idea where to go. Even if we meet up with them, I'm not sure if they're gonna know anything more than I am. Lu shook his head from side to side. This location is unlikely to vanish for the time being. If it has lasted this long and is as rare as you all claim, then it is clearly a fortified location. Supposing it is not an enemy to begin with, the second option grants us the chance of recruiting more allies to the cause. Ritska could feel the eyes narrow behind the helmet, and I am sure you would be pleased to regroup with your friends, no? That, he blinked once. That made sense. That made much more sense. Huh, yeah, you're right, he felt a slight headache, reaching up and rubbing his temples. Sorry, that was pretty weird, wasn't it? The words came out as a low mutter. He should be more focused on finding Mash and the others, especially since he had contracted with a not insignificant contingent of servants and the aid of one undead. He stood a better chance of finding her now than he did by himself. Lowering his hand, he faced Lu. Yeah, we should probably go looking for everyone else first, shouldn't we? Lu stared down at him in silence, uncrossing his arms. Are you well? Surely the presence of the caster has not rotted the sense of your mind. He's not that bad. Ritska at least felt the need to defend his unusual hitchhiker. He might have been rude and very insensitive, but he had helped them so far, and it was because of him that they had their first clue. So how do you normally conduct a search? Quickly shifting topics away from the unnamed caster, he titled his head at Lu. Because my plan was just to go outside and shout their names at the top of my lungs, but I get the feeling that would be a bad idea. It would be a moderately acceptable idea. Really. If you were devoid of a will to survive. That figured. Charging out into a land we know precious little of and announcing not just your own existence, but the existence of your allies would tell our enemies two things. Lu raised his right hand as he spoke, the first finger came up. You are devoid of your regular contingent of allies, meaning that whatever comrades you have obtained will not have acceptable levels of unity between them. Which we do not. The second finger came up. You are an idiot without the sense for subtlety. I could have told you the second one. HMPH. Lowering the hand, the knight gestured to the direction of Nursery. As it stands, Lady Rhyme is capable of empowering tomes to turn into her servants. They act as her eyes and ears throughout the world. You can do that. He turned his head to the girl with wide eyes. Like, you can actually make books come alive. The girl giggled, raising her hand to cover her mouth. That would be a little silly, Mr. Ritska. Lowering the hand, she maintained her amused smile. But I can ask them to do me some favors, like playing hide and seek with everyone, or to go sightseeing. Sounds suitably fictitious. I'm not Lee. The girl cut herself off, then placed her hands on her hips and leaned forwards in her chair, squinting at the teenager. Was that a pun, Mr. Ritska? Maybe. A smile danced upon her lips. That was a very good one. Thanks. He returned his attention to Lou, so nursery can scout for us so we at least have an idea where to go. I assume that you're the muscle, so to speak. I am experienced in fighting, yes. Turning around, he faced Fran with a troubled frown. He wasn't going to leave her behind, but at the same time, he didn't know what she was capable of. Fran, do you want to come with us? A nod of the head. All right, you can stay with me and we can keep pace with nursery. We're not exactly front-line fighters. AAA. Fran cut him off with a growl, stamping her heeled boot into the ground and then turning around, marching away around the corner and still moving loud enough that her steps echoed throughout the halls of the home. Ritska himself was left blinking as he watched her leave, then turned around to face the other two. Was it something I said? Not to my knowledge. Lou shrugged his shoulders, making a puzzled noise. I do not understand how useful she could be with her current attire and lack of weaponry. Entering a battle while wearing a dress of all things is hardly going to allow you a long and prosperous life in this world. Though he did turn the helm towards the direction of nursery for a moment, as if recalling she was still in the room. Notable exceptions aside. Why am I a notable exception? Nursery raised an eyebrow at the pair of them. I'm going to fight with a dress, aren't I? You are a servant with a set talent in sorcery. There is also very little good that armor would serve someone of your age and stature. The knight grunted out, turning back around as if dismissing her. Before nursery could respond, the thudding echoes of Fran's stomping reached their ears once more, getting louder and louder as the girl returned from wherever she had been. The group glanced at the door once more, then watched as Fran came around the corner, brandishing a rather large mace in her hands, smooth-topped and with grooves running through the center that looked as though it was meant to come apart horizontally. Fran looked around the room, then slammed the base of her weapon into the ground, with a loud snapping noise, heralding the appearance of cracks in the floorboards. I will retract my earlier statement. Ritska hastily replied, now faced with an undead wielding a large club weapon. He might have imagined it, but he could swear that a briefly smug expression crossed the face of the girl, though it was so fleeting that he could not confirm it. Fran can fight with us. That remains to be seen. Lou muttered out, then waved Ritska aside. I shall determine this. How? I want her to hit me as hard as she can. That doesn't seem like a good idea. I will not be satisfied unless I am certain she is capable of defending herself. He was interrupted by the stern words of the knight, his tone brooking no further argument and making it perfectly obvious to all involved that he would not be taking no for an answer. Ritska thinned his lips, then glanced at Fran. Well, ugh. Seemingly incensed by the words of the knight, the girl nodded her head vigorously and stepped forward, pulling the mace off the ground and clasping it with both hands like a bat. I would advise you to step backwards. Lou's warning came next, not at all looking intimidated by the display in the least. It was difficult to guess what he was feeling. Ritska would have guessed bored or disinterested, but if that was true, he wouldn't have pushed the matter in the first place. Or it wouldn't make sense for him to do so. A single strike will suffice. Fran hurled herself forwards as Ritska scrambled backwards, kicking off the ground and blinking in surprise as the room blurred past him at a much faster rate than he had been expecting. Right. He was technically housing a servant, so he had servant-level agility. Whoops. That was the thought that went through his head as he propelled himself upwards through the house and halfway through the rafters, leaving his lower half dangling from the ceiling while his upper half was jutting through the flooring of the room above. What in the bloody? Sounds of alarm came from beneath him. Ritska felt a wave of embarrassment rush through him. He didn't mean to do that. I leave you in control for a measly 5 minutes and your first use of my physical improvements is to vandalize my dwelling. I had known you to be stupid, but I had not thought you a hooligan. Castor's dismissive voice, rather predictably, echoed through his head not even 10 seconds later. As expected, he sounded rather upset. Not like I was aiming for the floor. He grumbled back indignantly, crossing his arms over his chest and glancing down at himself. Closing his eyes and cringing at the sight of the broken wooden boards around his waist, especially the feeling of his legs being rather useless as they dangled around him. The upside to all of this was that he hadn't crashed upwards and underneath a rug or something. That would probably have been even worse. Worse than our current state. This is a shameful display that reflects poorly on me. How dare you embarrass me in this manner, oaf. Yes, in my defense, you said I was getting your knowledge, not your physical skills. Ritska grumbled back with a frown, shrugging his shoulders. I was expecting to send myself a half step away from the fight, not go, blasting off again, straight into the first floor. It should have gone without saying that I would make physical improvements to your body just so that it could contain the sliver of power I could use within you. An irritated growl came next. Clearly I must reassess what constitutes what manner of information you are capable of inferring through nonverbal means. Yes, the director is gonna have a field day when she finds out about this though. Despite the frown, he still felt relatively good about his situation. Mainly because he wasn't injured at all. Perhaps there was a slight sting on the top of his head, but it was like accidentally knocking his head against a shelf, rather than shooting through nearly 5 inches of solid wood. So how did you do that anyway? I thought using magic spells would have been challenging. I simply utilized my noble phantasm. Came the response from Castor. It was a simple enough enhancement. With our contract established, I was able to utilize it in order to influence your body directly. Though it cannot strengthen your capacity to perform magecraft, influencing the mana of this world is impossible for me to achieve, therefore I am reliant on your own magical abilities. Which do not exist. You're using a noble phantasm. Was the part that he picked up on. Isn't that going to be really draining on you? It is a continually active noble phantasm at this point in time. If I had my original body, then it would not be necessary. The requirements change drastically depending on whatever form I am inhabiting. A human is the lowest I could have descended to. Oh, alright then. A nod. So long as you aren't pushing yourself too much. But you'll probably give me some long-winded rant about how I'm an imbecile for assuming that you wouldn't understand your own capabilities, right? If you knew what I was to say, for what purpose would you even make the attempt of speaking to begin with? Just felt like it. He wondered if the others were having trouble like this. Something clasped around his ankle at that moment, a rather tight grip as well. In any other situation, he might have been a touch more alarmed about an, as of yet, unseen force grabbing him. Instead he just glanced down, raising an eyebrow and at the cracked flooring around him. Raising his voice, he called down as loud as he could. I'm alright. A beat. Good. Lou's muffled shout replied to his call, be patient a moment. It wasn't like he could do much else in this situation. Then again, he could always try pressing his hands against the floor to push himself up and out of the hole. But there was every chance he could put his fists through the wooden planks. He didn't know his own strength at the moment, so he should probably be careful when it came to sudden movements or trying to exert himself. Whether he would have succeeded in freeing himself under his own power soon became a moot point. Especially as he felt a tug on his legs before the world blurred past him once again. HNNG. A grunt passed through his lips as he felt his body turn as he was pulled free of his oak prison. Solid supports now placed under his knees and behind his shoulders. Blinking several times, he glanced up at his rescuer and found the boxed helm of Lou staring back down at him. Though the knight had no words to give, Ritska felt as though they would have been redundant. The palpable aura of exacerbation more than made up for it, not at all hampered by the helmet obscuring the face of his savior. Ritska figured it was rather impressive to be able to do that. Regardless of that, he still felt the need to explain himself. In my defense, he shuffled in the arms of the knight, pointedly ignoring the Princess Carrie he was in. Or how safe it made him feel. I didn't know I was going to be able to do that. Lou remained silent, then slowly moved his body and turned it at an angle, positioning himself to lower Ritska feet first. Once the boy was safely deposited, he took a single step backwards, his arms now crossed over his chest. At this point, Ritska felt like a child standing in front of a disappointed parent. Thanks for the help, though. ... I'll be careful in future. ... Sorry. ... HMPH. Lu turned away from him, glancing up towards the hole now present in the ceiling. I had not expected you to display that measure of dexterity, agility or endurance. Evidently Castor has influenced you in some physical capacity. Regardless, it does not change your role from being a non-combatant. He lowered his helmet once more. Speaking of which, the girl can accompany us. Oh, did she hit you? No. I caught her mace with ease the moment you took flight into the rafters. The knight stated without even breaking his voice. However, I was forced to use some small measure of my strength against her to stop the blow. I am content that it should be enough to best the creatures outside. So are we gonna go out then? I would question the wisdom in sending all our numbers to search for your allies, but this is unfamiliar territory and splitting away into smaller groups would only serve to present more appealing targets. Therefore it would be best if we all traveled as one. Turning around, Lu marched back across the room. Get yourself prepared, there should be some winter clothing for you to take. Ritska blinked at the authoritative tone. We leave as soon as you are prepared. A beat, and when the storm looks as though it will break. Aren't I supposed to be the master? Do you have experience in leading search parties through hostile territory? No. Then sit back and let someone with experience handle it. Ritska just blinked once, then looked down to the ground for a moment, slowly raising his head once more and looking towards Fran, the girl with a slight frown on her face. One of those days, huh? NNH. Chapter 150, The Friendship We Made Along the Way. It's strange to see. He lies there, looking almost peaceful. Slumped against the wall, just out of sight. A thief until the very end, it took far too long to find him. Perhaps that it is a credit to his skills that even now he can evade capture. It's not funny. There's no humor in this. There is nothing. It's empty. It's so empty it burns, it rages, it drowns, it explodes, it hides, it shrivels, it just is. He stands there, staring at the boy that seems so far away now, yet so close. The first step takes eons, each motion is punctuated by the grinding of metal and the creaking of leather as he forces his body to obey him. Dragging his feet with each step he takes, it's as though he is climbing a mountain with how arduous the task of moving is. In many ways, that is not far from the truth. He drops down onto one knee with a thud, ignoring the cracks beneath the limb as he makes contact with the stone ground. He's lost to all the world and focused on the here and now. The man dressed in rags, who wears a point sack over his head with eye holes cut out in the front. Blood pools beneath him, long since cold. A single slash across his chest, he's experienced wounds like that. It wasn't quick, he dragged himself here and then succumbed. He's not moving at all. A hand reaches towards the limp figure, joints crack as the fingers curl down. The hand falls onto the shoulder of the man and jostles him slightly. The only movement to be seen is caused by him. The man is dead. He's dead. He's dead, but his eyes are still open. Stop looking. The hushed whisper leaves his mouth before he can help it, caught between a desperate plea and a furious demand. The anger is directed somewhere, perhaps himself for letting this happen, perhaps the world for killing him, or perhaps the corpse for being so foolish. There is just anger. Stop looking at me. The hand moves from the shoulder, reaching towards the head. He doesn't remove the hood, he can't bear to look at the face. The fingers poke through the pre-made holes, sliding the eyelids down. He's still here, which means he won't be there when he returns. That corner will remain empty for as long as he still draws breath. It was empty when he first arrived, but now the thought of it returning to that state is hideous to him. It's wrong. This shouldn't have happened. It's simply wrong. There are no other words that can describe this disgusting image that lays before him. It is evil. This land is evil. This land is cruel, it's vicious and it's revolting. Why would anything good come from this? For what purpose did he die? A glimmer of something still clenched in the palm of the man. He twists their hand around and pries open the fingers. His hands stop when he stares at the bottle. It's impossible, it shouldn't be there. If it's there then, you could have. His words ring loud, like bells they echo through his mind. Now it's time I do my part. Whatever trinket you need, speak up. Just don't ask me how I got them. He couldn't have. Because he thought it might have something like this and he asked him to look out for them. If he hadn't done that then. His hands clenched into fists. It wasn't the world. It was him. He was revolting. Because he did this. Because he wanted more. Because he wasn't satisfied just yet. Because if he had stayed focused on what his task was and hadn't thought about what he could obtain, then this would not have happened. He takes the divine blessing from the hands of the bag-headed man, he holds it so gently as though the slightest crack would destroy it. I wasn't worth your life. He wasn't. It was his desire that did this, his demand, his greed. Because that's what it always comes down to. He has no tears to shed, he cannot cry for he is undead. A man who deserves to be mourned, who did what was right for his friends and family until the very end. And his friend cannot even cry over his body. Until the very end, he protected what he wanted to get back to his friend and give him what he asked for. Because he asked him to. What cruel fate is this? How many more have suffered for such inclinations? Why? The words do not reach him, the air remains hollow and devoid of warmth. There is nothing to be said, and even if there were, he would not have the strength to day it. This horrible feeling, this terrifying sense of loss. He shouldn't have done it in the first place. If he remained focused on his duty, it would not have happened. He slams his heart shut, cutting away the pain as best he can. He won't go through it again. Never again. He'll throw himself back into duty, for it is the one thing that gives him purpose. If he can uphold that duty, if he can use it to smother these feelings, then that is right, that is good, he is how it should be. A complete focus on duty, the end of suffering of the mind and soul. So long as one does not suffer the same sense of loss, or desire for treasures that claimed this soul, all is fine. The body hit the floor with a thud, flopping around on the ground as though it was a fish. With little resistance from the unconscious individual, and very little tact on the part of the one who had been carrying them, the end result was them falling into a new and rather baffling situation, with one of their arms lying over their face, another stretched out above their head and their legs spread wide. "Sir Mordred," Mash hastily called out as she rushed towards the man, already taking care to try and position the body in a much less embarrassing posture. "Shouldn't we be careful with them?" "Huh." As expected, the knight simply made a noise of annoyance blended with confusion. The horned helmet snapped backwards, green eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed and the lip curled down in a puzzled expression. "What the heck do you mean?" She pointed down at the body of the unconscious man on the floor, messy brown hair and a scraggly beard, dressed in a simple button-up white t-shirt and belted black trousers. "He's fine, ain't he?" A snort, least, I don't hear him complaining. Mash just stared at her with something akin to horror. He's unconscious though. He won't know if he's in pain or not, and that landing didn't look very nice. Mordred rolled her eyes, for crying out, he's fine. A fall like that never killed anyone, or if it did then that's their fault. Crossing her arms over her chest, she adorned a look of complete certainty. If he ever wakes up he'll have a light headache or something, and what the heck are you doing? The shielder jolted at her tone of voice, staring up at her with wide and now panicked eyes. What did the saber mean? Had she been doing something wrong? She didn't think she had been. She glanced back at the man and made sure everything was all right. His arms now lay by his side, his legs pressed together. Yes, everything looked fine to her. Which only meant that her concern fell away, giving rise to confusion. What do you mean? Mordred stared at her in complete bewilderment before waving her hand at the man. You look like you're setting him up for a funeral pyre. I am. She was. But I just thought this position looked more comfortable for him. There was nothing wrong with just leaving him there. But it looked uncomfortable. So, we're all uncomfortable. This place ain't exactly the picture of comfort, so who gives a shish? I trust the raised voices means that we're all back, safe and sound. Jekyll's voice rang out behind them. The pair turned to the back of the room as his slightly muffled voice was accompanied by the gentle tapping of footsteps. The handle of the door creaked as it was twisted, then pushed open as the blond man stepped into the room. I'm relieved to see it. Were there any complete? He trailed off when he caught sight of the man now lying face up on his floor, perfectly prepared for a trip to the morgue, if the looks were any indication. We got a bite, yeah. Mordred boasted with a sharp-toothed grin, then paused before it fell away. No sign of anyone else out there though. A couple more frozen bodies, probably this guy's servants or whatever, in the house, but not that much else. She sniffled for a moment. Then again, I probably should have gone looking for stuff that might have been useful. Please refrain from telling me about your plans to rob my neighbors, Jekyll pleaded with a slightly exasperated look, though Mash could see that at this point he was more accepting of whatever Mordred was saying. Or he was resigned to it, one of the two, she supposed. Either way, she felt a great deal of pity for the man, considering she had a tough time trying to convince Mordred not to smash open the doors. Jekyll paused after a moment, narrowing his eyes at the body and slowly walking across the room to approach it. Leaning over, he stared down at the man with a flash of recognition. You know them, Dr. Jekyll? Mash inquired, glancing between the two of them with a bit of worry now. If this man was one of Jekyll's friends, then that might make this site a bit uncomfortable for him to be around. In passing, only because we lived across the street from one another. The man exhaled. Professor Sterling Lawson, he performs seminars at the Polytechnic Institute in Westminster. He's hit a sour spot as of late with the loss of his wife. Poor fellow hasn't been seen at the institute for several weeks, or at least before the whole fog and storm rolled in. Closing his eyes, he reached up towards his face and pushed his glasses up to rub the bridge of his nose. I suppose it would have made sense for Professor Lawson to be caught up in this as well. Thought you said you weren't friends. What are you getting so worked up over? Mordred's comment came from behind the two of them, the knight tilting her head to the side and her lips drawn into a thin line. Probably plenty more like him outside, you gonna get teary-eyed over every single one of them. A snort from the doctor cut off whatever response Mash had building up in her. Haha, probably not. It wouldn't serve much purpose to be weeping over them, and I suppose you're right in the sense I shouldn't be getting so worked up over it. All the same, Professor Lawson was one of the few men in the career of science and learning who did not decry me a mad crank, though that might have simply been on account of his lack of understanding towards my work. Returning to his standing position, Jekyll placed his hands on his hips. Regardless, I believe it would be prudent to take him to Castor, see if she can unravel the mystery of whatever is plaguing this city or dream, see if she cannot find a way to wake these people from their nightmares. They'd probably all go back if we killed the asshole behind all this. A disinterested shrug followed her declaration, Mordred glancing away from the pair, just saying. I think it would be a good idea if we made sure first. Mash countered as she similarly rose to her feet, though her tone wasn't all that hostile and more conversational. She didn't think that Mordred was wrong in her statement, but when dealing with situations such as these she would much prefer that they had a plan that was 100%, rather than guesses. Unless it was a guess from Senpai, then those would usually be proven correct. He was very good at things like that. Whether Mordred was at all bothered by her words was something she didn't show, simply regarding the shielder with a raised eyebrow before giving an uncaring grunt. Waving her hands slightly, fine. Makes sense to have a plan, probably something that Agravain would try and drill into my head and all that. She made a noise before looking around with a raised eyebrow. Where has the witch skulked off to? Some dark little corner. Hardly. The voice of Medea cut through the air, the caster fading into existence not long after with her lips drawn taut into a thin line. Mash internally cringed at the slight edge in the servant's voice. Neither one of them had made their dislike of the other much of a secret, and at this point, she was starting to get a little concerned about proper team cohesion. It also made her wish that Senpai was here now, more than ever. He always had a habit of being able to get different sorts of people to work together with one another. While this particular situation might have proved a little more challenging than normal, she was convinced that he was absolutely up to the task. Just because I do not stomp around the property like a rowdy child, does not mean I have been lax in my performance. She glanced down towards the body of the man. Mash pointedly ignored the fact that Mordred was now making a growling sound much like a dog would have made. Sure enough, when she snuck a glance to the saber she immediately snapped her attention back to where it had been. More on account of the actual snarl plastered over the saber's face. Castor, what do you make of his condition? Thankfully, Jekyll took it upon himself to brave the storm in front of him and try to steer the conversation away from insulting one another and back towards the most important aspect. Namely, figuring out everything they could about their current situation. Mash had understood some of the topics that had come up, enough to say that she wasn't completely clueless about everything. But she would never claim to have the same level of understanding as an actual magus from the Age of Gods. Especially one such as Medea, her skill in magecraft would most likely be some of the most powerful she would have ever seen. With the notable exception of one other mage, but she would rather not see his prowess up close and personal ever again. Even if it was inevitable they would have to. Medea shifted her attention slightly towards the blond man, staring at him for a moment before she glanced down at the boy. A hum rippled from her throat as she floated across the room towards him. Both Jekyll and Mash took a step backwards in order to provide room for the caster to work. The woman raised her left hand, holding it over the body and moving it towards the direction of his head before ceasing. The hand remained outstretched, fingers pointed towards the face of the man and flickers of light dancing between her fingers. It wasn't very flashy, nor did it seem to rely on the chanting of words, but at the same time, Mash was certain that they would probably get something useful out of it. There is a definite sign of manipulation present, Medea announced after half a minute of silence, though it is not a complicated spell. It appears to have been weakened in some capacity, presumably an outside force acting to counter the effects of the reality marble. Mash widened her eyes. An outside force, you mean another caster who is working against? Possibly. Most likely. Medea cut her off before she could finish. Mash didn't personally mind it though, that was the sort of information that was very important to them. Especially since she had no idea where anyone else in Chaldea was at the moment. More importantly, they couldn't contact Chaldea, which meant that bringing reinforcements here was something that would probably be impossible as well. Therefore, any and all allies they could find would be invaluable. Especially one who could weaken the effects of a reality marble such as this. Though as you can tell, they were unsuccessful. The caster continued on, either ignoring the way Mash slumped nor just not caring about it. I see. She retracted her hand, examining the man for a few moments, then looking up and seeing the expectant faces of everyone in the room. You gonna just stand there like a damn statue or something? Mordred evidently lost patience after the first 10 seconds of silence, looking none too pleased at the fact that the caster hadn't said anything. Mash winced at the volume, but she did share in the desire for answers. By all accounts, Medea had evidently seen something useful and she thought it would have made sense to alert everyone about it as soon as possible. I was thinking. Caster's voice was a touch annoyed, no doubt with the shouting of the saber, before she directed her attention back to the man. I could most likely break the enchantment placed upon him. However, it would be a useless gesture. It would. She blinked at Medea, tilting her head to the side and looking between the two of them repeatedly. What do you mean, Caster-san? Shouldn't we be trying to? Because he would return to this state not long after I freed him. The words cut off whatever Mash was going to say, instead feeling confusion flood through her mind. He would return to his current state. What did that mean? Shouldn't Medea have been able to erect some sort of mental barrier to protect him? In fact, Dr. Jekyll wasn't a servant and he was still walking around without any sort of trouble. So how was it that he was all right but this man wasn't? Caster, might I ask for an elaboration? Jekyll spoke what they were all thinking, or at least Mash believed that to be the case. As she cast a quick glance around the room, she could see the twitch of annoyance on the brow of Mordred. With her mouth half open and her eyes narrowed, it was obvious she had been gearing up to say something as well. Though with Jekyll having acted first, she settled for just looking slightly annoyed. As Medea opened her mouth, she paused and then looked around the room as if realizing something for the first time. Her lips shifted into a faint frown, her head moving around slowly from side to side. Where is the other brute? You mean Vort. Jekyll made a noise. He said he was going for a nap. He must have realized how odd it sounded immediately after he spoke the words, especially considering he now found himself under the incredulous stares of not one but 3 servants. Mash was sure it might have made for a touch more intimidating sight than she would have wanted, but she had trouble keeping her puzzlement out of her face. He was going for a nap. Now, of all times. Why? Wasn't that a really careless thing to do? I'd ask if he was some sort of idiot, but I know the answer to that already. Mordred grunted. While it wasn't quite how Mash would have phrased it, that didn't make his actions any less silly in her mind. Taking a rest now of all times, in an unknown reality marble with dubious effects related to forcing people into comas, and he decided to go to sleep. Should someone wake him up? I am not here to babysit oafs and fools. Medea coldly remarked with a distinct lack of care in her tone, "If he wishes to play the part of a child, then I shall leave it to you to educate him when he awakens from his slumber." Fool that he is. With a sigh, her attention once more returned to Jekyll. As for you question, it would be a fool's errand to change it because his mind had already accepted his current state of being as natural. Jekyll frowned, then glanced down at Professor Lawson with a troubled frown. Natural. You mean to say that he believes this, endless sleep is the proper way that he should live? Yes. It's a simple spell but the effects cannot be denied. The moment he turned into this listless husk, he accepted that this was the natural state of being for him to remain. I could break the hold of this world over him easily, but he would defer back to his after a short interval. It is something he accepted of his own volition, a continued effect that seems to play upon the worst memories. Worst memories, Jekyll muttered, reaching up and cupping his chin. You suggest this world somehow made his nightmares real to him and he had fled into slumber to escape them. A not incorrect way of putting it, I suppose. Regardless, the only manner in which you could ensure that he avoided this state would be to lock the memories that are being affected. From what my analysis could infer, the more pronounced the effects of the trauma on the psyche, the much simpler it becomes to enter this slumber. Mash felt her eyes widen, understanding flooded her mind as the pieces fell into place with her. You said he lost his wife recently, right? I did. Comprehension flashed across the face of the doctor as well. His head snapped up as he regarded Mash with the same manner of clarity that she now possessed. He was listless in the wake of her death. He had not been seen for weeks. This world bringing the sense of loss to the forefront of his mind would have been far too much for any man, let alone for Lawson. He must have fallen into a coma quickly. His hand moved further up his face, now engulfing it and hiding away his eyes from view. And if the storm remains present throughout the entire world, we would need to excise any memory which might inspire the same sense of loss or despair from every single mind of those who have already been afflicted. A sigh escaped him. Mash felt her body go numb. The population of London had to be around 5 million people by this point in time. To try and cure every single one of them would be a momentous task. It demonstrated the power of the Holy Grail in the hands of someone capable, but it also demonstrated just how challenging this would be. With such a large population and the environment at the mercy of the reality marble, there was no telling how much of this place actually looked like London in the first place. I assume this makes it all the more pressing that we kill the one who is behind all of this. Yes. Medea nodded her head. This reality marble has thus far not ensnared the souls of those present here. At least, not that I can determine, though affecting the soul is a challenge, even for myself. There was a pause before she hummed. It might well be the scale of the reality marble has hampered the user in some capacity. Laying claim to a single soul would be difficult enough, but to lay claim to an entire city's worth of them while also dealing with resistance from within. That would be rather difficult. Mash could admit that. You think they might be focusing more on waiting for all the remaining people to fall asleep before they claim them? Smart. Mordred grunted, rubbing her chin. Well, it could go either way. Claim all you can, but it doesn't make sense to accomplish that if you're gonna end up dead. I'm not a witch, but doing something to this scale would take a long time to complete, even with the Holy Grail juicing you up. Gotta make sure you don't mess up. The more pressing concern is the fact the environment has been diluted. The unknown element I detected has been influencing the mind, attempting to make them more aware of the better parts of their lives, to diminish the effects of the storm. So someone is trying to make them all warm and fuzzy, and someone is trying to make them feel like crap. Mordred scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest and regarding the caster with a dubious stare. Is that seriously what you're telling me is going on here? Battle of the happy times versus the shit times. Yes. Not looking so well, is it? I believe the fact they have been able to compete with a wielder of a Holy Grail inside a reality marble is telling enough of their power. Medea countered with a wave of their hand, not least of all because they have been able to exert even an ounce of influence over this world with their powers. Either through spellcraft or an inherent ability, it matters very little in the end. Such a feat cannot be overlooked. It might very well be the reason that some of the citizens, such as him, she gestured to Jekyll, remain conscious even now. Jekyll made a face of surprise. An unknown ally. Well, I admit my dreams have been rather pleasant, but... Shitting me. Dreams. Mordred spat, turning away and dropping her head into her hands. I swear if it's that guy. Mash sent her an odd look. That guy. For whatever reason, the saber now sounded less angry and more apprehensive. Did that mean she suspected who was behind this? What do you mean, that guy, Sir Mordred? Evidently the knight didn't think she was heard, as she whirled around and faced Mash with clear surprise, her mouth opened slightly and her eyes a little wide. The expression remained present for a split second before it was replaced with something like exhausted annoyance. Trust me, it ain't worth thinking about that flowery prick. If it's him, she shuddered slightly, metal chittered as the movement caused the plates to grind against each other. I'm not being in debt to that guy, no way. The shielder had very little idea as to what the saber was alluding to, so much so that she sent a curious look towards the only other person in the room who she figured might offer her an opinion on the matter. Unfortunately, Jekyll looked just as bewildered as she did. Noticing her look aimed towards him, he just shrugged his shoulders. Forget about that guy for now, whoever he is. Mordred announced, or virtually declared, one of the two, as she turned about face and fixed a stone visage onto the room, something about her presence now feeling much more commanding than it had done previously. As though her very words were now taking hold of her attention. Right now, we're at a limited capacity. You can't do your bounded fields here, can you? In a reality marble. You must be joking. Medea scoffed at the notion, as though it had been a stupid question in the very beginning. Though, in fairness, Mash had already known the answer to that one as well. Setting up a bounded field inside something that was regarded as the ultimate in bounded fields seemed fairly impossible. Yeah, just making sure. Mordred didn't look put off by the scoff in the least, which means you're gonna have to play a role of support, unless you want whoever is outside to cut you to shreds. There was a beat, then she snorted and crossed her arms over her chest. Not that I wouldn't find it a good laugh seeing you dance about trying to avoid a sword. Not all of us practiced the art of swinging a sharp stick. Medea countered coolly, her lip curling upwards in an almost smug smile. Some of us preferred a different approach, for a more civilized people. Bitch, was all Mordred said in response to that, which was, at the very least, straight to the point. Though Mash figured this was the opposite of good teamwork. So long as you aren't useless, I won't be tempted to ditch your sorry ass for being dead weight. A snap of her fingers and Mash blinked, looking down at the armored digit now pointed directly at her face. You're the defender. I assume you can swing that shield of yours, right? Why yes, Great. She was cut off before she could finish. If you're half as good as you look, then you should be able to keep Beansprout and the hag alive. Beansprout. Jekyll whispered to himself with a puzzled face. Medea. Her reaction was slightly different. Hag. Mash was almost certain there was now a dark aura surrounding the caster. The sickeningly sweet way she had repeated the word was almost like nails on a chalkboard. I've always heard that saber servants have the highest levels of magic resistance. Maybe I should run a few tests to confirm that. Mash raised her hand slightly, glancing between the two of them as they now made zero effort to hide their glares. For a brief second, the shielder imagined she was seeing sparks fly. Then she took notice of the fact that the room now felt much more electrified than previously and the sparks were indeed flying from Mordred, and in flashes of crimson light dancing over her body. I think we should be more focused on the plans, right? She looked to Jekyll for support, something she received rather quickly. Mash is correct, this doesn't help anyone and least of all us if you two decide to fight and destroy our current refuge. Mordred was silent, glaring at the caster before she turned her head to the side, eventually letting the light show die down and loosening her posture. TCH, I wasn't actually gonna do anything. As if I would waste my talents on disciplining a child. Medea similarly settled, no longer channeling magical energy around her with the circles that hadn't quite formed once more fading into the throes of non-existence. Crisis averted, for the moment at least. I think what we should work on first of all is trying to see if we can find anyone else outside. She put forth her own suggestion, glancing between the two others in the room to see if they offered any sort of counter to her statement. When she received none, she took that as permission to continue onwards. She might well have been stating the obvious course of action, but all that was running through her mind at the moment was, what would Senpei do? And she had been a master candidate, after all. Well, master candidate in name only. It was only her superior magic circuits that had allowed her to join the ranks of Team A. Mash didn't think she was anywhere near the experience or competency of the others, especially not someone like Wodime. Everything about him had exuded an aura of being calm and collected, as expected of someone with his status. That aside, she went about formulating what she believed would be a good starting point for them to do. If there is someone out in this world diminishing the efforts of the reality marble, then they obviously aren't allies with each other. So they might be willing to work with us. She took a deep breath. Even then, I think it's vital that we find the other servants from Chaldea and join up with them, especially Master. Meh, not a bad start, I guess. Mordred grunted. Mash felt relief course through her at not being shot down for making the suggestion. The blonde saber reached up, scratching her chin while leveling a thoughtful frown towards her. Though I'm not one to think that going outside and shouting out at the top of my lungs is a good idea. Not unless you want everyone to wind up finding you. Her lips parted in a slight snarl. Besides, I need to go outside anyway, find that asshole who stole my sword and turn them inside out. How violent. Oh okay, she replied instead, letting her true thoughts hide down inside her while she attempted not to let her expression show just how disturbed she was at the comment. The way in which Mordred talked about her sword was a far cry from what she imagined Ash would do if he lost a weapon. Namely, he would probably just take out another one and continue on as if nothing had happened. He had outright given her a spear at one point to try and let her practice with other weapons. The follower spear wasn't even an ordinary weapon either, and she suspected he had many, many more. This aside, I doubt much more can be achieved in this location. Jekyll remarked with a frown, crossing his arms. We've been here for several days now and accomplished very little in terms of understanding this world, and you've been here for little more than a few hours, and in that time you have unraveled much of this world. A half chuckle escaped his lips, rather telling, I suppose. You were neither equipped nor informed enough to learn of your location. Surprisingly, Medea dismissed his self-depreciation, if in a slightly backhanded manner. You barely pass as a spellcaster if your research is of any indication. A mere amateur in alchemy would have little way of knowing the truth of this world, combined with your company. Excuses can only free me of so much worry. The doctor gave a light protest, but his heart was hardly in it, glancing towards the saber. I don't suppose you have any experience in a town-by-town search, do you? Course I do. Mordred snorted, giving a proud smirk and suddenly looking the picture of confidence. Anyone with a base of sense would move from house to house, never staying in one location for long before they carried on. Her green eyes fell onto Mash. If your master or your pals have any sense in their heads, they'd be constantly moving locations. There was a pause before she thrusted a thumb at her chest. We get a pass because no vulture with arms is gonna get past me, no point in moving. Yes, quite. Jekyll gave a wry chuckle, quickly shaking his head, but even when the storm eases up, moving outside is still far beyond something I can achieve in what little clothes I have. Even my winter wares won't afford me much in this ice. Mash glanced at Medea. Do you think you can? Possibly. Though the question remains of why you would want to take a human outside into the storm. The caster responded with a raised eyebrow aimed back at the shielder, though I suppose if we left him here, we would need to venture forth with reduced numbers. There was a brief silence before the caster made a noise, something that would be best. This remains the only safe refuge we are aware of, and there is little knowing what might befall it should the owner venture out. Mash tilted her head. You mean you'd stay behind? Even a reality marble is capable of navigation. I simply need time to prepare such spells to accomplish this. Her words were without arrogance, only certainty. Therefore, you are free to take the brutes with you as you conduct your search. I am more than capable enough of defending myself. As if on cue, a layer of violet-dyed smoke slipped across the floorboards, drawing alarm from the others in the room as they watched a skeletal hand emerge from the smog. The fingers were sharpened and crooked, reaching upwards before slamming down into the wood with a sharp crack. The rest of the body followed. Darkened bones free of skin and flesh, a head that was jaws only, the upper half of the skull was missing with the teeth being sharpened and serrated, much like a lizard's. Clasped in the right hand of the summon was a long bony-looking sword. The skeletal figure glanced around the room, then walked past the shielder without a care in the world and assumed a position as some manner of guard. That is, Jekyll swallowed, eyes still fixed upon the skeleton now standing in the corner of his study. That is, Victor would have quite the fright at seeing something like that. In the meantime, I shall develop some method of communication that will enable you to remain in contact with me at all times. For the time being, though it lacks the same capability as a workshop, this would do well to remain our base of operations, at least until more suitable accommodation has been discovered. Mash nodded her head to the caster. If the owner of the reality marble was always aware of their presence at every single moment of them being here, then moving around wouldn't gain them much in the way of security. She had no way of knowing how the enemies here got about or whether they could be summoned just as easily as Medea's bone warriors. As it stood, she didn't think they had much choice in the matter. Though there was a question that remained, at least when they went underway in their search for others. Do we even know where we're supposed to look? The question hung in the air for a few seconds, silence being the only response. Then it was disrupted by a thoughtful grunt from Mordred, the knight frowning to herself as her eyes flickered to the side, narrowing slightly as she internally debated something. A long hum rippled from the throat of the saber, then she eventually glanced up towards Mash. No. Best we can do is just perform some patrols around the area and check every house we come across. Probably during the times when the storm isn't as bad as it is now. She paused for a moment. It's always snowing outside, the only thing that changes is how easily you can see through it. Crossing her arms over her chest, the knight tapped her fingers against her forearm. If this fake is faithful to the real thing, then anyone with an ounce of sense would probably go for the sewer systems. Mash made a slightly disgusted face, something that did not go unnoticed by Mordred. It's not like we'd be wading through shit. She grunted back with a roll of her eyes, just that the sewers would be a good bet. Easily defensible if you get attacked and you can walk around there even during the storm or whatever. Though I doubt you have any sewers about, Mash would note this down as the first time she had ever seen someone look disappointed at the prospect of not having to wade through sewers. It was also the first time she had a conversation related to this topic, which meant she was breaking new ground. She was sure that Dr. Roman would be pleased at her branching out in her new types of conversation. Caster. Jekyll shifted his attention to the cloaked woman. I believe it would be best if you set about doing as you volunteered, if you would be so kind. He flashed her a polite smile as he spoke, seemingly pleased when Medea made a small noise of affirmation and then vanished without another word, fading away into vaguely butterfly-shaped particles. Jekyll stared at the spot where she had been for a few seconds, then moved his hands to his hips and whistled. I do not believe there shall ever come a time when I am not amazed by such displays. Ha! Mordred barked a laugh, shaking her head from side to side. Trust me, you will. I shall take your word for it, though I remained personally skeptical. He looked back down to the floor. In the meantime, though I am quite loath to ask women to perform such tasks, would you be so kind as to lend me a hand in moving Professor Lawson to one of the guest beds? I would rather he not remain curled up on the floor as though he is a corpse. For Mash, she was happy to help. For Mordred, evidently there was a takeaway from that sentence that wasn't anticipated. At least not from the shielder. Who the fuck are you calling a woman? Huh? Mash didn't know what to say, and now she really wished that Senpei was here right now. The door behind them creaked open, a head poked itself through the door with an eyebrow raised. Messy white hair and a shaven face stared back at them. Vort, once more bereft of his helmet, stared at the room with no small amount of surprise. Then he stared down at the body on the floor and blinked twice. Did I miss anything important, by chance? With a new target for Mordred, the anger she directed towards Jekyll was forgotten and instead focused a rather hefty glare of annoyance on the newly arrived servant. The writer pushed the door open fully and stepped through, his eyes remaining on the downed man before they flickered over to the shorter knight, now pausing as he took stock of her expression. The hell are you playing at? Mordred snapped at him, though she didn't sound as much angry as she just sounded bewildered. We're all working our asses off here, even this guy. She pointed directly at Jekyll's face without even turning to face him, and you vanish off into the house to go for a damn nap. You're a servant. You don't need to sleep, unless you're cursed. You cursed. Well, no. No. Then why were you lazing about the house? It's a goddamn joke. Mash was surprised by the aggression coming from the saber. It was completely different than before. If she didn't know better, she would say that Mordred was disappointed in the rider. We're here to save the city and you think you can just kick your feet up for a rest. What the hell kind of knight are you? The white-haired servant made a face at her, then raised his right hand in a placating manner. I would not usually do such a thing, but there was. Clicking his tongue, he glanced to the side for a moment. Mash felt slightly bad for what was happening, but she was similarly a little puzzled by why he had picked now for a nap. While her disappointment wasn't anywhere near what she imagined that Sir Mordred was feeling, that didn't mean she felt nothing at the thought of the servant missing out on an important meeting because he felt tired. Then again, Sir Mordred. She stepped forwards, feeling the need to at least offer some sort of defense towards the rider. Vortsan has been outside in the cold repeatedly and came back wounded. Taking a rest after all, that is expected, right? Yeah, for a grunt. Mordred all but sneered back at her, waving an arm in the direction of Vort, not a knight, or someone who claims to be. You think I could just take a quick nap whenever I got a little scratch on a battlefield? Or Percival, or Tristan? She then pointed to the ground. That dumbass Gawain charged me at Camlin even after nearly being gutted. Injured or not, taking a rest is a luxury for a servant, doubly so for a knight. Sir Mordred speaks truly, Sir Mash. Vort spoke up before Mash could say anything else, his voice resigned and accepting, though he did offer her a thankful smile. It was remiss of me to take such a rest that deprived me of being informed. My actions were in error, though there has been some benefit from them. The fact I took them without knowing makes it an error all the same. Mordred stared back at him, then grunted as she nodded once. Good, do better next time and benefit. She detected the same word that Mash had, her face shifting from annoyance to intrigue rapidly. The heck do you mean, benefit? So help me, if you say you're now feeling spry. Vort snorted. That should go without saying, but as I slept I experienced a vision of sorts. Reaching up, he ran an armored hand through his hair, face shifting as he obviously tried to recall whatever he had experienced. I believe someone attempted to make contact with me during my slumber. The Knight of the Round Table tensed at his words. That right. It was vague, I admit. Though it was, there was clear intention behind it. He continued on, lowering the hand back to his side and closing his eyes. I stand in the midst of a storm, such as the one outside. Rather than the howls of the wind, the screams of my failure haunt me, and yet I walk into a clearing. In this clearing there is not a sound to be heard, and it is, he opened his eyes, exhaling, it is not something I can describe beyond feeling at peace. Greenery, flowers, clear skies, this isolated oasis in the center of the horrors, and standing tall in the middle of this small paradise is a lone white tree. He finished, looking around the room and studying their varied reactions. Mash found herself blinking at the man. It certainly sounded rather bizarre, but magecraft that could influence dreams wasn't something that was uncommon for her. Though she hadn't experienced it, she could still say she knew it existed. Though to affect a servant. At the same time, the tree that protects me from the cold, Jekyll whispered out, his own expression strained. I know of that, though I thought nothing of it at the time. He glanced at both Mash and Mordred. Perhaps it is prophetic, of sorts. Offering a safety. Even he sounded dubious, though Mash could not dismiss it immediately. You think that someone in the Singularity might be reaching out to us? She directed the question to the Crimson Saber. Mordred's expression was unreadable. Her eyes were clouded and her lips drawn tight. Emerald green orbs flickered between Vort and Jekyll several times before she exhaled. No way of knowing. Not his usual style, far too visual. The saber grunted, then brought her right hand up and scratched her head, a faint scowl upon her lips. Damn it. She cursed. Fine, wait for the witch to finish her little talking stones or whatever, I'm going to go take a nap. Mash blinked, to experience the dream. To get some answers from whomever is invading people's minds. Mordred grunted back in annoyance, making for the door and pushing past Vort. Her voice echoing back through the hallways, doesn't sound like the bastard I know, but I'm gonna damn well make sure. Silence descended upon the room once more, then Vort cleared his throat. Perhaps I should have attempted to interrogate the tree myself. Though I saw no figures in this paradise. Who can say? Jekyll chuckled under his breath, though I have the strangest of notions that Sir Mordred would indeed try and strangle a tree for answers if presented with the opportunity. I heard that bean sprout. The irate voice of the knight echoed through the building. I have also been known to, on occasion, fit my entire boot in my mouth. His eyes scanned over each and every detail from the street across from him, making sure to not just pay attention to the ground but catching glimpses of the rooftops as well. He knew full well the dangers that the Corvians possessed if you didn't see them coming. Far too many times of having them drop on his head and tear him open had taught him that. He'd left the others inside to think on their own matters. Ash had other things to consider which he would prefer to be alone to do so. Being in this place once more, in this land was troubling to him. No, that was not the correct word. It was disgusting, his mind relaying him back to the image of the family frozen in the corner of the room, huddled together and all with peaceful expressions upon their faces. He knew full well why he had held himself back then and there. It was because this land could not be Oriental. There was no manner it could be. It was a reality marble, and therefore, this world operated under the guidance of another. Their mind influencing all those without proper protection. That was why he held himself back. That family were mere victims of another's machinations. As such, the right and proper course of action would be to find a way to set them free. Presumably they would return to normal after the death of whomever orchestrated this world and continue on as though nothing had ever happened. That should have been more than enough for him. But for whatever reason, his mind was drawn back to them. Their peaceful expressions, that contention in their faces. There was no sign of struggle, no sign of fear or resignation. They almost looked as though they were at peace, welcoming this sickening cold and abandoning the world at large to be with it. He blamed it on the mental interference because it had to be. Some manner of trickery to take the people of this land and turn them from the proper path and towards this stagnant acceptance. To make them embrace the rot and to find comfort in the cold. If there was any other reason about it, he knew what he would have to do. At that point, if they could not bear the weight of their own lives, it would be better to end them. He could not bear to see it, nor could he ignore it. As was his duty, as was his purpose that he deigned to grant himself. He had seen what accepting the cold brought about, the rot it left in its wake and the desire of those to simply perish rather than let things continue on as they were. After all, it was better to die than live in this endless suffering. There would be more out there in this world, more who had fallen victim to this cold but. The traitorous thoughts lingered in his mind. What if they accepted the cold of their own volition? If they had done so, then the answer remained simple. The answer was always simple and was always present. If they had accepted the cold of their own will, then they had admitted they could no longer accept their lives at present. Without the strength to continue on and without the capacity to better themselves, the solution remained simple. His mercy. If he learned they accepted this cold, then there was nothing more to be done but put them to rest. Even freeing them would not remove the weight of this sin. It would forever remain a fact of life that when presented with the opportunity, they had abandoned this world and forfeited their right to continue existing in it. He just couldn't grasp it, however. Those of the painted world had been subject to tremendous loss and seduced by greater powers, the hollow promises of Freed and the guidance of Father Ariandel. The followers of Farron who lost everything when they could not match the step of the Legion, they had little else and sought refuge in a world for those who had nothing. It was a world that should not exist. How anyone could bear to see such a thing was beyond his comprehension. How you could stare into the eyes of those defeated souls and do nothing to alleviate their suffering, it was monstrous. That being said, he knew not why the people of this place, this London, would accept something like the rot of the painted world. By all accounts, there was precious little wrong with this world when compared to his own. Though he lacked true understanding of its history, he knew enough to see the progression of the world and the loss of the gods. With no undead curse, there should have been nothing to bring despair to humanity, and with all they had achieved it would have been the result of those who held a clear passion for their duty. What else could be the reason behind such a thing? Though Francis Drake, pioneer of the stars, such a woman had existed, and what was worse, she had heralded the Age of Discovery around the world, influencing all of humanity with her actions. Though he knew what she was, he knew what her lifestyle was. It was disgusting in every sense of the word. How humanity had benefited in any capacity from such a creature of avarice as her was shocking to say the least. Yet, her personality had alarmed only himself and Oscar. To the others they had done nothing but shrug their shoulders at her and ignore everything she represented. Such a casual response to her nature left him disconcerted. Is greed commonly practiced? Do you want an honest answer? Because I get the feeling you won't like the one I give you. Ritska's words pounded through his skull like an ever-present drumbeat. Each strike almost left him reeling. He brought up his left hand and rubbed the gauntlet over the front of his helmet. Exhaling and closing his eyes for a brief moment. He was sure he would not have liked the answer. All the same, it would have been one he needed to hear. He'd charged into this under the pretense he was fighting for the best aspects of humanity, but it occurred to him only now. He didn't know what type of humanity he was fighting for. And he could not fight the hollowing feeling in his gut that perhaps he had misunderstood something fundamental here. All those he had met, he had spotted parts of them he had disagreed with, but they had been minor things. None displayed the same aspects as Drake, but the small things, the minor things, they added up. He brought his hand away, raising his head and staring to the distance. Visibility slowly crept back into the world. Though it was certainly not clear line of sight, it was better than the storm it had been for many hours before. Perhaps it was poetic timing, as Ash felt as though his own eyes were being opened. There might be something wrong with humanity. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.